Good morning, members. It's 8:32 and our meeting is about to commence. The Standing Committee for Infrastructure agenda. Under the Local Government Regulations 2671, Councillor Rhodes Watson and myself have been designated the chair position for this committee, and today it is my turn to hold the forum. Under the Local Government Act, there requires a resolution to recognise me as chairing this meeting, and if somebody would like to move, Councillor Friend, Councillor Bello, thank you very much. All in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome you all to this first meeting that I'll be chairing. I hope I do it justice. Mr. CEO, Mr. Dendell, councillors and members, officers on the wall, welcome. And not last but not least, our viewers who are coming into on live streaming. So we hope you're being entertained today. You will learn what's going on in your departments and in your community. Those in attendance, all councillors are present except Councillor Watson, who is an apology today. He's unwell and he would dearly love to be here because he takes his responsibilities seriously. Are there any further apologies from officers? Can't be. Mr. Creedleman, the General Manager for Infrastructure, he didn't ring in for an apology, but we recognise that he has taken some leave, and his second in charge, Mr. Jeff Carter, will be taking his place today. And I'm sure Mr. Carter would recognise all the things that we've been looking after for a long time and will accommodate with information. First we'll go to, we need to move that the apology for Councillor Watson is accepted. Councillor Friend, Councillor Lorcon, thank you very much. All in favour? Thank you. There are no further leaves of absence. Confirmation of the minutes from the previous infrastructure meeting. That's for the 4th of June. I take it you've all read your minutes. And I'd like someone now to prove that they are correct. Is that a yes, Mr. Mayor? Yeah, thank you very much. And Councillor Rothery seconded that. Are there any further questions in relation to those? No. Okay. We'll put it to the vote. All in favour? Thank you very much, members. That's Councillor Rothery seconded that. There are no deputations today. Business arising outstanding from previous meetings, there are none. No petitions will be coming today. Number 7, questions and statements and motions or notices of motion from councillors. And this is one which was not exactly a notice of motion, but it was a letter from myself to the officers in relation to pedestrian crossing at Clayton Road on the Scenic Highway. There seems to be some confusion over what was to be, what was needed, what was wanted, and there was some confliction as to who wanted what. So there's been quite a little bit of discussion between the officers and the stakeholders and the councillors. So my notice to the officers was actually taken to be a notice of motion. So that being said, we're going to go through that, and I think, would you like to talk to that one, Jeff? Because we've got a way forward now. It's a matter that's been on the drawing board for something like 2 to 3 years, and the people were asking that something be done because there have been some close calls with people crossing the road at the roundabout on Clayton Road. So we have our officers who have prepared a business case, and they have staged it over a number of budgets, and unfortunately there is no budget at this stage, but because the matter has become quite urgent and very dear to the heart of the people and the safety in that area, we are going to hopefully adopt the recommendation today from the officer, and we will be finding another avenue to fulfill that budget requirement. Now, it's not cheap. It's in the order of 400,000, but we will need to move it forward as a priority for safety reasons. Mr. Carter, would you like to introduce that report?
Yes, Councillor Mavis. So a few of the residents around the Evelyn Street, Clayton Street area have been talking to council about a safe way to the beach, pedestrian way to the beach. They've advocated initially for a walkway up the western side of the scenic highway to a bus stop that's north of Clayton Clayton Road roundabout. Officers have looked into the whole area and sort of looked at a strategic focus of how to do pedestrians in the area, and have come up with a 4-stage plan, which includes the first stage being to have pedestrians cross the scenic highway at the roundabout at Clayton Road on the southern side of the roundabout, and includes a pedestrian walkway or footpath, concrete footpath up Clayton Road to Evelyn Street. It does also include some footpath on the northern side of the roundabout on the scenic highway on the western side. Stage 2 involves continuing that footpath up Clayton Road around to Bayview Drive. Stage 3 includes the path up to the bus stop on the scenic highway north of the roundabout, and stage 4 includes continuing the footpath down Clayton Road from Bayview Drive southwest. As stated, the council, there's currently a budget for the design of the project in 24-25. There's a related project further up the scenic highway that involves a right turn lane into a service station up there, and does offer a pedestrian refuge for people to cross the scenic highway, but it's a little bit away from Clayton Road. Currently, whilst the designs in this year's 24-25 budget, the 4 stages for construction have been identified, but they're not in the foreseeable future, so they're not in the 4-year horizon. To move into the 4-year horizon, there would be a number of other projects that would need to be removed if council were willing to bring it forward. Officer's recommendation is to start with that crossing on the southern side of the Clayton Street roundabout, not at the bus stop. It's believed that most of the traffic is heading towards the beach, not the bus stop, but eventually we would do the connection up to the bus stop in stage 3.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I can just ask a question of the officer.
Yes.
How far up from the roundabout is it, Jeff?
I think it's about 150 metres, something like that, to the bus stop. But I suppose the immediate concern, there's a number of beach accesses quite close to the roundabout, and you've got the rowers, the outriggers, very close to there, so a lot of the traffic is across the scenic highway to those beach accesses and that. Whilst, yes, there would be some people who go to the bus stop, and the majority of it would be to access the beach for walking and various other recreations. I suppose to provide a full list of projects officers recommend that would need to be swapped out for this one, would probably involve a report back to council. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, unless it could be done at the final budget workship, Jeff. But
so it could be either the final budget workshop. Officers have put a bit of a list together, suggesting projects that could be pushed out if council want to do it. So we could progress it that way, basically.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Councillor.
Two questions really in one. First of all, the recommendation for this notice of motion. What is the actual recommendation? That the report be received today?
Yes.
Or so we're actually resolving, we're not sending this to the ordinary meeting?
No, we wouldn't send it to the ordinary meeting, we could discuss it at the final budget.
Madam Chair, there's not a recommendation, as you can see from your paper, as the Chairman pointed out. There's a bit of confusion about the intent of Councillor Mather's correspondence, notwithstanding the second paragraph in her letter. It would appear that perhaps it wasn't intended for this to be on an agenda, so that there hasn't been a recommendation made by the author of the correspondence, nor has there been a recommendation presented by officers other than what Jeff's just pointed out now. So if Council wishes to progress this formally, then we can do so by crafting a motion from the floor, as we do from time to time. Alternatively, this can be dealt with at next week's budget workshop, and we can move on to the next item.
So that would be, excuse me, through you, Madam Chair,
Yes.
that would be through, that would be then the recommendation that this is dealt with through next week's budget workshop. Is that correct? I just want to know, I just want to clarify what we're actually
We
voting
need to
for
resolve
today.
what we want to do at this point in time and
Do
what
we-
we're
do
going
we,
to resolve.
Yes. If the author's intent is that it wasn't to be on the agenda today, then it can move to the next item of business. If councillors particularly want to transact this because it's on the agenda, then a simple solution would be to refer the matter to the budget workshop next week.
Certainly. And just for clarification through you, Madam Chair, to the Mr CEO, so notices of motion must be accepted by the CEO for an ordinary meeting, so I was a bit confused about why a notice of motion came to a standing committee.
I think in future they'll be presented to the committees if they're relevant to that subject topic.
Right.
I think that would make sense given the structure.
To resolve on the day?
No, not necessarily, unless there's a particular need for something to be urgently pushed through.
Okay, thank you.
Just to explain that the letter was to stimulate discussion. I wasn't presumptuous to have a notice of motion when there were so many various opinions and so many various options and there was no money.
Yes,
So I
but we
wasn't
obviously
going to
just,
be presumptuous.
we clearly misunderstood.
And no, that's fine,
the
and that's
second
what
last paragraph,
it's done
Councillor
because
Mather.
it's actually created dialogue from the officers, given us some costings, so that we've got a business case, and I understand in 2022 we've also had another business case. Does anybody know about that one?
On this particular topic,
Yes.
I don't offhand, no,
In
but
20
that could well be the case, yes.
Mr. Lau was in charge, I think,
Mhm.
at that time. There was a lot of activity. Like I said, it's been going on for a couple of years, and we just need to make sure that we're all on the same train. And I wasn't about to say this is what I want. They were my reflective comments. So, Mr. CEO, if you feel that we can craft something to get it through to the next meeting, that would be the intention. Knowing that we don't have a budget, and with Mr. Carter, we've got a designer's estimated at 21,000 for all the stages. Is that what you'd be looking to put into this next week's recommendation? I'm talking about the design.
Yeah, there's already, council have allocated 50,000 in the draft 24-25 budget to undertake a master plan of public areas along Lemon Beach.
That's a bigger
Yeah.
scale.
Look, we could put the design in as a late inclusion into the 24-25 budget and start work on it. I think it would be very difficult to fit the construction in for 24-25.
That's
just based on-
400,000. Stage one is 400,000.
Yeah, even though we do have other projects allocated for it, to get it designed and ready to build at this late stage in 24-25 might be a little bit of a struggle, but we could certainly have a look at it, and we can bring that back to the budget meeting, provide a little bit more detail at the budget meeting if we're going to discuss there.
Are there any further questions,
Yeah,
Mr. Carter?
yeah, I'd like to ask a question if that's
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
through
definitely.
Chair. I'm just looking at the plan that you've got here, the 4 stages.
Yes.
Now, is that something you put in, is that a set stage or is that just a rough, like a bit of an idea? Because I've just got a couple of questions why you've got the first 2 stages on the right side and then the other 2. I can understand that part of stage 4 is already built, but you've got a roundabout there that's got you're pretty much crossing two roads around a roundabout, and why wouldn't that stage one be on the right-hand side, left-hand side, so it connects with the other one? Is there a reason why you've got them on different sides?
My understanding stage one was because that's where most of the pedestrians are coming down Clayton Road to the scenic highway. Yeah, then it, I might check with Sean. Is there existing pedestrian refuge into the roundabout, or there's room to fit a pedestrian refuge?
There's room, I think.
Yeah, there's sufficient room on that southern side.
Because just where you come down stage two and come around, and then you're crossing the road, and then you're coming to the roundabout, to get to the other path to walk north, or cross the road towards the beach, you've got two possible crossings at a roundabout that is getting busier and busier. So I'm just not quite sure if I think a little bit more.
Well, I suppose stage one, the one crossing across the scenic highway, is onto a path that leads north. Anyway.
I understand it's onto a path.
Yeah.
I understand that, but I'm talking about like you've got. I don't want to go into too much, but stage three going up north, and I'm just questioning why stage 2 and 1, why the crossing isn't on that side and the other two stages on the other side. So you've only got one road across instead of 3.
Well, I suppose, I'm not quite sure. I might have to look into that a little bit further, but my understanding is that it was considered the most efficient and safest option to get people across to the beach where the majority of pedestrian traffic is heading towards.
Yeah.
They're not heading towards the bus stop.
I just
Although
believe.
it's acknowledged that that is an important route down the track.
Yeah.
On that north of the roundabout, many of the houses have driveways in very short distances apart because they're narrow blocks, and quite often see vehicles back out onto a path that backs out on that footpath. So that's probably taken into consideration as well, the fact that there would be vehicles parking on there hampering pedestrian usage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I just as the roundabout. Sorry, I'm not just the roundabout. I'm just not confident having two crossings at one little roundabout is the same, because you know where people cross to go north. Like you've got the path going there. They're going to cross there. They're going to follow the path right to the end. They're going to cross both ways.
Yeah, I suppose
that's what they'll do.
A lot of people heading north may want to do so on the beach side. That's where
Possible.
Possible. If they're doing it for leisure activities.
And I understand that. Then there's what's the point of having stage 4 if they're going to do that?
Yeah, I suppose it offers an alternative for people, especially people on that northern side of Clayton Road.
And that's where I'm just saying, then if it's an alternative, then you're allowing that to happen. That's
down the track, yes, you're right.
And that's
we're giving both
yeah.
alternatives, yeah.
All right.
The idea is to provide a refuge on each of those legs of the roundabout. So people are not crossing both lanes, they're only crossing one lane at a time.
Yep.
So have a refuge in the middle of the road, and then they can cross the next lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're only ever looking at one point of conflict.
Yeah. I just think moving forward, I think it's something that we could look at.
We take it
stages
on
as well.
board.
Through.
Not my thought. Sorry, Councillor.
Councillor Eastwood, perhaps.
Yes, Councillor Eastwood, you be.
Then I'll be happy to ask.
Yeah, look, I could probably give some a little bit of clarity on that. Particularly with stage 1, it absolutely makes sense that it's going on the southern side, because there's so much more traffic on the northern side with all the traffic. If you ever drive along that road, over 50% of vehicles are turning up in Clayton Road. So it absolutely makes sense to have that crossing on the southern side to begin with. And that's what people have been asking for.
Yeah,
for a long
I
time.
totally accept that. I was just wondering if people are going to cross to get to that stage 3 there. The only way to cross the road is through that roundabout. So I'm just worried about the possibility of 2 crossings, people crossing at different areas on that one roundabout. That's all I'm putting across that. But we'll look into it as it further on.
Yeah, we'll get stage 1 happening first.
Councillor
I guess
Bond.
the question I had was, in order to perhaps get stage 1 happening, I'd like to probably, whether it's a foreshadowed motion or to provide some sort of motion, that council seek to prioritise undertaking stage 1 in next year's financial budget, subject to budget discussions being concluded.
When you say next year's financial budget,
24-25.
that's $400,000
Yes.
worth.
Yes, that's correct. I'd
Now,
like to propose that.
What about the design?
or the design will happen first, and then the project will happen as soon as
Will
they
that
can
be an additional 2 to 400,000?
possibly do it.
On the, I think it was about the 24th of June, it might have been the 20th of June, Michael Krugman sent an email to all councillors detailing this for the stage design, and it had a list of projects that could be considered for swapping out basically. So projects that are in the draft capital budget for 24-25
Yep.
that could be taken out to fund stage 1, and then other ones that could be taken out in 25, 26 and so on to fund stage 2, 3 and 4. So when we talk about it at the budget meeting, I'll have that list again for councillors to consider. But it's certainly the case that we will need to swap some out. As I said, whilst we're fairly stretched with resources, if we are taking something out, we should go close. That'll just be how much time it takes for the design to then be given to the construction crew. It's typical of an internally constructed job.
And I guess in order to provide the table with direction, I'd be foreshadowing a motion that stage 1 is prioritised for next year's budget, subject to approval at our budget meeting.
That would be a motion because there is no other motion recommended.
That's exactly what, well, there would be a motion that would come from this potentially, whether it be just to receive the information, and I'm putting forward a foreshadowed motion that to perhaps provide a pathway forward and to debate the merits of stage 1 being in next year's budget. That's what I'd like to put as
One is to receive the officer's report. The second one is to resolve to include stage 1 in the 24-25 budget.
Happy to entertain the two motions if necessary, or however you see fit, Madam Chair.
Last one, sorry, is there by law, distance you need to have pedestrian crossing from a roundabout?
Typically you don't have pedestrian crossings at roundabouts, but I think recently the standards changed. Sean,
yeah,
design manager.
you can have the crossings right in the throat of the roundabout.
Yeah,
It's becoming more popular. It's something that we do need to consider carefully, because at the moment generally Yeppoon has a priority for traffic and not pedestrians, but that is slowly shifting. We've just got to be careful how hard we push that, because when you're on a roundabout, you're looking around for cars, you're not looking for pedestrians.
Exactly,
So,
and it's getting busier and busier, that little roundabout, and it just worries me when you got kids going to beach and families going to beaches, and how busy that is, and cars, you know, they're bumper to bumper coming from the right. It just does worry me having it that close to that roundabout, that's all.
we can review that second crossing of Clayton Road during the design process. We will do that as a matter of course anyway.
Yeah.
So we would do a review during that.
And we haven't decided on pedestrian crossings.
It's just a concept.
Yeah.
What we're talking about is providing a facility with a refuge in the middle, possibly narrowing the lane as you enter the roundabout, leave the roundabout to sort of create a slower environment for the vehicles. Doesn't necessarily mean a zebra crossing. So these things will still have to be weighted vehicles, but there'll be changes undertaken to slow the vehicles down, because it's not ideal, especially on that straight run through from the north to the south on the scenic highway.
Exactly.
But it doesn't necessarily mean a zebra crossing, and for some of the reasons that Mr. Fellows describes, with people watching the roundabout and the vehicles watching the traffic on the roundabout and not the pedestrians.
One of the problems for you, Madam Chair, if you do move it further up or further down, is you have all the outriggers, you have that car park, and you have people reversing out with trailers and all sorts of stuff, and so it actually increases pedestrian.
I totally agree, and that's why I was pointing to why the two on the right, if they're all on the left and you go further up towards the and actually have a pedestrian crossing, a zebra crossing, where, you know, even hazard lights or something, whatever, I don't care, but I'm just focused on the safety. That's all I'm questioning.
I question that too, Councillor Rothery, because that was my thought exactly. I thought that would be the way to go. That's why I did the report. But at the same time, when my concern was that it may not have been properly appropriate, even illegal, to have it, because that's what they were asking for, and we didn't even know whether it was legal to do that, as Sean says. Things have changed, So we need to keep up with what's happening.
But again, just because it's legal doesn't mean
I love stage.
it's right.
That's right, and the 2 pedestrian crossings were what concerned me as well. That's why I sort of was loath to put a recommendation in.
Thank you.
Okay, councillor Bello, what the committee reckons? We're going to receive the report first. Are there any further questions of our officer? No. Well, I think if we can have a mover to receive the officer's report.
I'll move it.
Thank you, councillor Walcon. Councillor Eastwood, thank you. And I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? That was unanimous. Well, I've got something that's similar to that. The committee recommends the council prioritise stage 1 design construction in the 24 budget. I've got here, council resolved to include stage 1 to design and construct the pedestrian crossing at Clayton Road Scenic Highway intersection in the 24-25 budget, and the matter be referred to the meeting of next week, Mr. CEO, to identify the sources of funding. We still don't know where the money's coming from, so we need to.
Councillor Lehman, can we steal that for the minute taken, please?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
If you can read it.
Happy for your motion, or your name to be on the motion, councillor Maida, if you'd already intended to do that.
Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't take that away from you. No, that's fine. I'm very happy with you doing it.
Either or.
Because as long as we're all on the same page and we understand what needs to happen and how it might happen, the big question is we need to design it, and we need to have a look at see if that old business case is there that might help out with a little bit of costings, Jeff.
I think these costings are from the business case that are in the report.
Okay, okay, so we should be on top of the 400.
I think, look, estimates at an early stage, concept stage, which is what the business case would be, are always subject to variation.
We might have a clearer picture next week
Yeah.
when we have another look and drill down. All right.
Happy to move that.
Just in relation to that pedestrian crossing, that could just be a refuge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which makes more sense to me.
Yes. So that was moved by councillor Bello.
Okay, sorry.
And who was the seconder?
I'll second it then.
Thank you, councillor Walcott.
You tried to cut in on me.
Sorry,
Is there any speaker against? No.
Well, I wouldn't mind speaking for it if I could, councillor Maida.
Well, we have to go to against first.
Oh.
There's nobody against. You may speak now.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Look, I guess I've got to make it clear that if this motion is supported, then the only way for that to happen is that we do find something in our budget discussions or deliberations to fund it. And that may be taking out other projects that have previously been identified in the next year's budget, or it may be finding additional funding to do it. So I guess just be mindful of that in supporting this motion or not. However, I strongly believe that we should support it. The area there has become extremely dangerous, extremely congested. There is hundreds of new families that have moved into that southern end of Lammermoor Beach. We saw a significant number of people turn up to an on-site meeting that we held there probably 18 months ago, where hundreds literally came down and made it very clear that the number one priority in that location is safety of pedestrians trying to get to the beach. How that actually occurs, I have faith and absolute confidence in the technical engineers that are entrusted to design these types of projects and the solutions. But what our role primarily is to give them the direction where they are to plan and deliver for our community. So without us deliberating too much on the design and layout, I hope that we can give them the clear direction that this needs to be a priority in next year's budget for the people of that location who have had near misses day in, day out with families trying to get across to that beach. It got to the extent where some of the locals believe that a short-term or temporary fix was to be able to turn left at Clayton Road and head north up to the bus stop and put a pedestrian crossing there, because at least there was a bus stop there. The problem with that is it actually doesn't work in terms of where the majority of traffic or pedestrians need and would naturally go. So you were virtually going to invest money in a temporary solution that wasn't going to work when we've already got a stage one that we believe is the best design. So let's not spend money on a temporary solution that probably won't work. Let's commit to doing stage one and ensuring that our officers have the direction to be able to design something that will give it the best chance of working. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bella. Seeing there are no speakers against, I'd like to open it up to the floor and let anybody have a say, because it is a matter that's been very dear to the hearts of a lot of people.
Yes. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to speak for.
Yes.
I was also at that meeting when about 80 people turned up, and it was a very insightful meeting, and the issues that they had around Clayton Road and the scenic highway. I think it's extremely important that we do move forward on this. However, in saying that, keeping in mind that our budget deliberation for next week, that we're going to be discussing this, understandably things need to come out of the budget. But those things that come out of the budget, if they have been ratified by the table in resolution, must also then be rescinded through resolution rather than just wiped from the budget willy-nilly. So we must keep that in mind. That's important. For example, the Byfield footpath that was ratified and will need to be then rescinded through resolution rather than just wiped off the budget. So just keeping that in mind for our deliberations next week. I certainly do think that we do need to go ahead with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frank.
I'll speak for Mr.
Yes,
Madam
thank
Chair.
you, Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, look, I also attended that meeting along with many other councillors, even though I probably believe it might be a slight exaggeration that there were hundreds of people there. But it was certainly a good turnout. And, you know, stage one is the most important. Don't worry about the other stages. Let's just hit this one on the head, get it right, and make sure that we give those people at Lammermoor and the visitors to that area safe access to that beach. And that is the major beach access. That's where we've got the fake wood ramp down onto the beach for the disabled. It's where we've got the toilet block. It is a major beach access on this coast, and we need to make it safer. That area is getting larger. More and more families are moving there every year, every week, and if we don't look after them, there will be some sort of accident there, and we don't want that on our hands. So yes, I'm very much in favour of this one, councillors.
I'll just briefly speak for Chair. I'm obviously definitely for it because I think safety definitely comes before convenience. And I think I wasn't at that meeting, obviously. I'm only new to the councillor realm. But I do believe that stage one does need to go ahead. I just want to make sure that down the track, as it gets busy and busy, that it is the right decision, and I'm all for pushing forward with it as well.
Councillor Walker.
No, thank you.
Thank you, members. I take on board, I haven't spoken to it yet, but take on board Councillor Friend's notation that if we're going to take anything out of the budget, whatever that is, we need to involve the community, tell them what's happened and why, if the community is involved, like something that they're promoting. And there does need to be a rescission, and we've had one of those actually in our agenda today, where while we move forward on something, we have to go and close the door on things that we've gone past. So I take on board what you're saying is correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we do have more development coming in that area, so the population is going to be greater than what we see now, and there is already a reminder that there have been 40 near misses with kids and parents going across the road. So that's a bit of a wake-up call. How close they are, I don't know, but the fact is there are that many people that they're recording to have had instances at that location. So we can only make it safer from here on in, and that's important. But I think that you've said it all, and I thank you for your support, and I'm sure the public will do so, because this has been a burning issue for a lot of people for a long time. So thank you all very much. If there are no further speakers, I'll call the vote. All those in favour? We had a mover and a seconder. All in favour?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, that was unanimous, and thank you, members. I'm sure the people will be very happy if they're watching.
Thank you for bringing it up, Madam Chair.
That's all right, it's my job. Mr CEO, this is coming to the table next week.
On the basis of that resolution, Madam Chair, yes, we'll
Yes.
get it on your agenda for next Tuesday's budget
We'll have
workshop.
some, little bit more,
We'll bring
tightening
the
figures and
budget
options.
case, we'll bring the recommended alterations to the capital program to accommodate
yes,
that item,
and
yes.
options that we've got, we might even have two options,
Indeed.
you know. Thanks, members. Where are we at now?
The suggested project to delay have been provided if you want to have an early look.
Maybe they could take something home with them and have a think about it for the next couple of days rather than just make a decision here today. Very good. Works for Queensland. Mr. Carter, would you like to tell us how we got this free money, please?
Okay, Works for Queensland, I think it's around about the fourth or fifth round, it depends on if you call, there was a round called Works for Queensland COVID, if you include that in the numbers. It's been significantly increased, almost doubled, to 5.2 million between 24 and 27. The unique thing with Works for Queensland this year is that it allows for 20% of the funding to be spent on planning projects, which are basically operational expenditure, and another 5% on capability projects, and then the remainder at 75% on infrastructure projects. It doesn't have to be in that sort of breakdown, but it's a maximum of 20 for planning and maximum of 5. The rest will be infrastructure projects. So to help, I suppose, the operational budget, there's been a number of projects nominated for the planning part of the funding, including Lemmermore Beach Master Plan, Strategic Water Model, a Transport Model, Planning Stream Review, Level 3 Bridge Inspections on Henry Beacon Causeway, and some CCTV. And there's been a capability project a couple of capability projects being phase 2 of the aesthetic predictive modelling and digital asset management plan development, and then phase 3 of that, and then the asset critical framework. They're all listed in here. What's remaining has been proposed to be spent on the European landfill expansion, expansion. The point of today's meeting is hopefully council will resolve to accept this list because we have to get the list on the portal by this Friday, we're due on this Friday. I suppose the beauty of the list is there's no requirement for council to contribute to any of the projects, but in the case of the landfill cell extension, it's more than the $4 billion. It's around about 6, Chris, or more.
Still assessing tenders, but it's
Yeah,
around
okay.
that figure.
So I suppose the beauty would be if any of the planning projects came in under budget, we could use that money we could do a variation with Works for Queensland and put the money to the infrastructure project, the landfill, so which is common practice. Naturally, like any budget, you estimate what something's going to cost. Over or under creates a variation. At the end of the day, Works for Queensland want to see 5.25 billion spent. The beauty of the infrastructure project is we're at the tender phase now, or in the tender phase. So simply nominate it and it'd be approved. We're all good to go with construction for a fair amount of external funding for that project.
Thanks. Any comments,
Yes.
questions to our officer?
Thank you, Madam Chair,
Thank
through
you,
you.
Councillor
Thank you, Mr Carter. Just a couple of questions here. So are all of this particular funding is just to undertake the draft plans, is that right?
That's my understanding, yes. Maybe Matt can help on some of the planning projects.
So I can speak in relation to the asset ones. The planning ones I won't be able to inform you much, unfortunately, Councillor. But in relation to phases 2 and 3, so the capability projects for aesthetic, the aesthetic predictor uplift. So basically, we will, as part of this project, replace the old Excel-based models with the new aesthetic predictor interactive models and the dashboard view that we presented to a couple of the councillors at the ARIC meeting. So that's that side of it. And then also with the criticality framework, so basically we will develop a criticality scoring system and apply that across all our assets so that we can then use that as a prioritisation tool, not just within the model itself to prioritise renewal, but from a works management perspective as well. So through Project Merlin, if we wanted to, we could let the system prioritise when 2 work orders came in on, let's say, 2 roads. Using the criticality framework, the system could then say this road is high priority, so I will prioritise that work order over this work order. So it basically lets the machine make the call rather than an individual. So those are those 2 ones. The CCTV is basically the pre-work for the $500,000 that we have in the forward works for the capital. So we'll do another round of CCTV to confirm for the following year what mains we may need to reline or access chambers we need to fix or upgrade. And then the final asset one that I can speak to is around the level 3 bridge and bridges. So we acknowledge that Henry Beacon Causeway are ex-main roads bridges. At some point in the future we're going to have to renew those structures. This is just the early structural groundwork to be able to inform those business cases for later on down the track.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate that. Just 2 more questions. What is the $100,000 for the strategic water model?
I can answer that.
Thank you, Sean.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. That's something we've already started, and it's a strategic planning for the overall water supply network, and it's to cater for the current eligible areas plus some other potential areas that we're aware of. It's something that hasn't been done for a while, and we've, as you saw last year when we approved that development at Kinka, it highlighted some deficiencies in our system. So it's to just get some planning done to make sure the system's up to speed for future growth in a nutshell.
Thank you. Thanks for answering that. Makes sense. And my last question just goes to the Yeppoon landfill cell extension for $500,000 for the planning of that. Would that be enough for all the geotech and everything else that is required in that area? Would that be enough money to plan for the next cell?
So I could probably answer that. We've already gone through that phase of the project. We've gone out and tendered the project already, so
Right.
we've already covered those costs.
I see. Okay then. Thank you so much.
Sorry, the landfill, the $500,000 in the first year, is a typo there. It's just part of the money allocated for the construction of it. So it's the infrastructure project. Yeah, it's just been broken over 2 years.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
And
just
we're well ahead of, we're well advanced with tenders and that. So
that's terrific. So if it is for the construction, why wasn't that a larger piece of the pie, so to speak, than $500,000?
Well, it is in the next year.
It is, right.
3.5
Oh,
million.
3.5, I see.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, thank you.
There's every, well, there's not every chance, but this was what we will nominate to Works for Queensland
Yes.
by Friday. Should it be that we spend more money on that project in 24-25, we would simply apply for a variation to Works for Queensland to pull that forward. Sometimes, I know with roads to recovery, sometimes they have a bucket of money each year, and if every council spent their allocation, they won't pay you the extra. But if you have councils that haven't spent the annual allocation in a 3 or 4 year program, they're quite often to pay you ahead of time. Alternative is, if you do more work, 1st of July 25 or whatever, that's when they drop some money in your lap for that financial year.
They wouldn't be refusing us a ball if we needed that extra money this year.
No, the funding's capped.
Yes.
But the distribution of it and what you will spend in that, I'm pretty sure can be adjusted as we move through it. Yeah.
Okay.
There may be a case where we spend less, so we spend the year after, but all councils seem to do that. Typically, the state government just want to get their bucket spent in 1 year. If one council's under, another council's over, it typically follows the fact. If every council was on track, they would pay you the following year for what you've done.
Can I ask a question, Madam
Yes,
Chair?
yes, councillor
Just
Wilson.
to clarify, thank you, just to clarify, once these plans, are we committed to actually doing them?
Yes, there is times when something falls over and you can't do it. So we have in the past taken projects out and inserted new ones. Whilst they don't really like it, it can be done. Yeah, but I don't see a problem with either of these, with any of these. Probably the fallback for this is if because the planning is a maximum of 20% and the capability is maximum of 5%, if any of them fell over and weren't done, we would transfer the money to the infrastructure project because the infrastructure project worth much more than 4.1 million. So whatever we didn't spend on planning, we could put. We wouldn't add new projects in. We'd just move the allocation around through variations that works.
Did it answer your question, councillor Walton?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor
Question,
Bello.
yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Jeff, it seems like with the Works for Queensland funding that the provider, the state government, give council the autonomy to determine where that money is going to be spent and to have some flexibility throughout the program.
Yeah.
If a certain program's going to cost more, they're able to, whether it be to reprioritise another project that they nominated, so that the council itself is fairly well in the driver's seat to determine how that money's spent.
Yeah, that's true. The one difference this time is in the nomination process. They're wanting to see a lot more evidence that project is needed.
Yep.
So we do have documentation for the planning projects, and certainly we've got I think it's legislative requirements documented for the European landfill, so we can easily supply them as part of our nomination. That's the one big difference this time, is they want more evidence up front for projects and things. Yeah.
And that's fair enough too, because it's more accountability, more transparency, and I think this money's not.
Well, I guess
I suggested to stop what Councillor Walcom was suggesting before, that we drop projects and that. Yeah. If we're committed to do it, they're in the budgets. You can see in the tables and that. Works for Queensland are going to have a lot more faith that they will be delivered.
Yeah.
Within reason.
Yep, happy to move this, Madam Chair.
Just a little while, thanks. Are there any further questions?
Or it's up to you, the infrastructure committee, to move it. I don't mind.
No. What I was going to say is that these jobs have to be done anyway.
Yes.
They've got to be done. And if we don't have money coming in from our external sources, we've got to find it in a budget, and that means not enough to go around. So I think we need to be grateful for this, and they've got to be finalised. All this work needs to be finalised by the 30th of June 27. No, 5th, where are we?
This Friday.
No, that's got to be in by then.
Works complete by the 30th of June.
Yeah, 30th of June 27, yes. But be in, it's got to go in, otherwise we'll miss out altogether.
This week, yeah.
Yeah, but
Sorry, I was just going to say that you can see by the table there's only one project that's in 26-27, which is the planning stream review for 100,000. So we are doing our best to spend all that money in the first 2 years of the program. We've done that in the past. This year we would have been sort of finished halfway through this year in the current round, but rain and that's delayed us, so we're actually going to slip into a couple of months of next year, but they've approved it already. They've been filed with the variation. It's not, they don't like variation from poor planning, but they will account for disasters and things like that, where they will approve extensions outside the time. We don't envisage that because we're going a year early.
right, Andrew?
Happy to move.
The other thing I was going to ask you, staff, we're doing this internally. Do we have enough staff to have all this done in that time? Do we have enough staff who are trained to do these things?
For the planning projects, they were already in the budget, so they had been allocated for various staff and that, so that shouldn't be an issue. And the landfill is going out to contract. We have project managers looking after it. As I said, it's in the tender stage, so it's well advanced.
out of curiosity, you remember you said before that if we decide to change a program from one project to another, they don't like the changes, but they do if we can justify it. Was Matthew Flinders one of those? Remember we'll be looking at having that two-way street instead of a one-way street and then a pathway on the side. And there was a lot of toing and froing going on there. Just thought that might have been one of those.
In previous works, the Queen said from memory, Matthew Flinders may have been one, but it certainly was
We did a bit of switch out of
somewhere.
it, yeah.
I don't think for that stage we did. The one lane, two lane options up the hill have always been a future stage of Matthew Flinders, so they've never been part of a past external funding nomination. The future works that we're still looking at there.
Yeah, well,
The next stage of Matthew Flinders is the rehab of the through lanes next year on the other side of Wreck Point, and then down the track, widen the curve and Chapel and all that. Yeah.
thanks, Jeff. So we've got the staff to do when we.
Yes.
That's it. Okay. The only other thing I'd say is that this money is welcomed. No doubt it's never enough. We've always got projects on the board ready to go if only we had the funding. But if we didn't get the funding from the state, as we did, we have to take out loans. And while we're trying to downplay the loans and pay them off, we don't want to be propping them up. So this is a helping hand.
You're going to debate?
Debate, you're going to.
I've moved if you
No,
like.
no,
I'll second.
Yeah. Yep, just speaking to that, I think what's
Now,
encouraging.
who's the mover on this one?
Oh, yeah.
Councillor Barlow?
Yep.
And you were the second, Councillor.
What's encouraging with this funding stream is that council does have the autonomy to put forward what they believe the critical areas to address, and they have the autonomy over the program. The Rejuvenation Fund on Keppel Island is one that does not necessarily align with that, and that's why we're trying so hard to probably use this as a blueprint. Why that Rejuvenation Fund should mirror this style of process. So happy to support that and point out that we'll be continuing to advocate for a similar type of funding program over on Keppel.
And that's just as important as well.
Mm.
Just as important. Councillor Eastwood.
No one speaking against?
No one's speaking against.
No, I mean, none of these are, I guess, the most attractive projects, but they're the necessities that we need to do as a council. And so, yeah, we need the money's there, we just need to get on with it and get them done. They're important projects.
And I think it needs to be said too, on election year, everything looks rosier than normal any other year. Yeah. Any other speakers?
I'll just say, I think it's again a necessity. I'd like just to also just thank the officers behind the scenes. I know we're the face of council but people out there listening, we do appreciate all the work the officers do, especially getting all these little extras. So thank you on behalf of the council.
Thank you, Councillor. We never seem to give them enough praise sometimes.
Not all the time.
So take that on board, officers. I'll call the vote now. All those in favour? That's yes, definitely. That's carried unanimously, thanks. Okay, this is another curly one. The multi-stage tender for the Yapuna Aquatic Centre.
Madam Chair, if I could, although I don't get a vote, I've been in the habit of excluding myself from these discussions as my sister owns a property in Matthew Flinders Drive across the road from the subject site, so if it's okay, I'll just absent myself during this discussion.
Thank you very much. Good to see you, and just please note that in the minutes. Thank you, Amanda.
Okay.
Are you doing a turn here today, Jeff?
Somebody else can improve it, yes.
You've got more information than this
Jeff,
fellow you're on.
Jeff, the project manager
Yes.
for the
Yes.
design and
Yeah.
construction of the aquatic centre. So he's the man that's all over. He's the one that's been living it and breathing it for the last few months or year or so.
Yep.
I hope you've got your questions ready, guys.
So I'll hand over to Jeff. From Jeff.
Yes.
You're on.
So today's report is about obtaining a council resolution to conduct a multi-stage tender process for the Yapuna Aquatic Centre. Initially it's to complete an expression of interest out to the open market. Initially it's to complete an expression of interest, and then an invitation to tender from the selected contractors. Under section 228, the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council must make a resolution to do a two-stage tender process. So the recommendation today is the committee exercise its delegation under section 257 of the Local Government Act and resolve that under section 228, the local government, it's in the public interest to invite expression of interest for the construction of the Aquatic Centre project before inviting written tenders for the following reasons. It will involve council to undertake early contractor engagement. It will undertake market sounding to understand who's available to complete the work, and also evaluate responses to understand the capacity and capability of the contractors. The invitation for expression of interest is approved. The preparation of a short list of persons who respond to the invitation will be invited to submit a written price tender following. We did go through this at the last meeting, but I'll recap on some of it. It is documented all in the notes here. But Council received funding under the Commonwealth of Australia, the department being Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and Arts, which is a very long entity. The 13 million funding includes the demolition of the hall, the 50-metre pool and the existing amenities, the construction of a new 50-metre pool with wheelchair ramp, including filtration equipment, new amenities and partial shade over the pool. Replacement of the learner swim is not included in the funding agreement, and the timeframes are relatively tight, construction being completed in December 2025. The EOI, or expression of interest, is the first stage of a multi-stage tender process. It's proposed to undertake a two-stage process to select the building head contractor to complete the work. The objective of the first stage of the EOI is to identify and pre-register organisations that have suitable capacity, capability and experience who are interested in tendering, if successful, the next phase of the contract. The EOI process will gain an understanding of suitable contractors, and the second stage will be a price to written tender. The first stage process will review their previous experience and ensure they have the financial capacity as well as licensing and the funding partners' requirements, which include having accreditation under the Workplace Health and Safety Scheme. We've got some dates there loosely in, which is Tuesday we're looking at going out to the market for expression of interest, which will involve a suite of documents, not full design documents, but enough to give them understanding what the project entails. That's got to remain open for 21 days to the open market. Following that, we'll do a review, come back to council with the recommended shortlist companies. Following that, we'll go out to tender for the price component of those selected tenderers, and then looking at closing early September, and then around 17th of September, the council meeting, we'll be looking to proceed for one of the contractors. Budget implications, as I said, the 13 million funding is very limited in comparison to other aquatic facilities under construction. We did mention that Bundaberg is spending over 80 million. Heard that's going up and up as time goes on.
Depending on what they want too. They want
Yes.
it gold plated.
Yes. Legislation staffing risks include, as I mentioned previously, we've got potential for unsuitable ground conditions, which we're trying to mitigate as much as we can, and also the tender cost exceeds the budget is another risk. We'll have to look at value management. What I propose is council here today make a resolution to approve the two-stage tender process.
Happy to move, Madam Chair.
Second, Madam Chair. I have a question through you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Jeff, we're under a very narrow timeline as we have been, as we've learned. This must be completed, this project, by December 26. Is that correct?
25.
25, I meant
Yes.
25,
Yep.
sorry, yes, next year.
Yes.
What happens to the funding if it's not completed by then?
So as part of funding, we've got a milestone reporting dates. So at various phases through the project, we do reporting. That is the end date that they've said. Basically, the funding stops if we haven't got it open by. There's two parts of the funding agreement. Basically, it says December. There's a risk that we lose the funds, but as we progress, we notify as we're going. So we're always keeping them informed. It's not like an alarm bell goes off at the end and everything's all in the head. So we're in constant communications where we're progressing.
Certainly. And my second question is, what I understand is a 50-metre pool is imperative for school carnivals, etc. Is that correct?
As far as I understand, that's what's included in the
Yes.
funding agreement. Yes, specifically
Lovely.
50 metre pool.
Thank you. Second, Madam Chair.
Thank you, councillor Friend. Did you want any questions of the officer? Yes, Lance?
Through you, Madam Chair. So if there were adjustments to this plan at all, the time frame, following up on Councillor Friend's question, the time frames, is there any time frame for any minor adjustments to the draft master plan?
You mean the funding agreement or the
design
You
drawing?
mean inclusions?
Yeah, if there were any adjustments to that plan.
It can be adjusted, but time's critical, I suppose. That's probably where we're at. So we're looking at going out to EOI next week, and then sort of tender early August. So any change would have an impact on timing.
So I suppose if you looked at a major change to the scope, you no doubt that we would struggle to meet the timelines for the funding if that was to occur. Minor changes to the scope may occur through if we get a price back that's over what the funding, we have to make minor changes to bring it back in, or vice versa if we get some really good prices and there's a little bit left over, we might be able to add some small things, but whole change to the scope, i.e. you couldn't add the learn to swim pool in, a new pool in, that you just wouldn't have the money, and plus the time to do a preliminary design on that and go to the expression of interest would put us outside the funding period. So small changes.
Small changes you can.
Possible, either way. Large scope changes we struggle to make.
What would be an example of a small change?
I suppose we talked about some uplifting or prettying up of the existing 17-metre heated pool. So we could do something around the concourse of that to make it look a little bit better than that if there was money left over.
Sorry? So
The existing 17-metre pool, there's a heated pool there that stays, and that's been acting as the learn to swim pool, and it will remain as the learn to swim pool after the 50-metre pool's been built. So we could pretty that up, because you're going to have a new pool, and then this older pool, we might be able to do some aesthetics to that, to fix it up. Wholesale changes to it, possibly not, wouldn't be enough of the money. The cover over it, probably not, because down the track if council are willing to upgrade to a 25-metre heated pool for learn to swim, you're probably wasting your money by putting a new shed over that matches the existing shed, plus the orientation of it is different than that. So minor changes, yes. Large change to the scope.
And does the minor changes need to be in prior for it to go out?
No. We could go out to tender, because part of the tender process is to talk to the prospective tenderers and that, especially of interest. They may offer up things that bring the price under and that, which allows us to then say, well, we're thinking of doing this, can you give us a price on that? We look how much we've got. As we also said, the cheapest tender may be over, and we have to look at taking some small things out.
So as it's being documented at the moment, there's elements in there that could be removed. I suppose it's called value management. So if the tender comes in over an acceptable number, I suppose we can look at items that it may. There's an example up at the end of the 50-metre pool. There's a cover where the blankets are stored, so there's a roof over that, so there's items that we could remove to save costs. So
Yes,
obviously we want everything, like we've always said, but fixed pot of money is a fixed pot of money, so some items. So.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, just to Councillor Walk-on, so I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Walk-on. What minor changes were you thinking about?
They were stored around minor changes around what you were saying, Jeff, in terms of the learner swim pool, in making that look
So the aesthetics.
tie in the aesthetics in terms of the new pool being built,
Yeah.
having something new and
Yep.
having
Thank you.
a sort of rundown
No.
thing next door to it.
Thank you.
Sort of looking at that in the time frame, whether that could be included before it goes out,
Yes.
that sort of thing. So
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I have one question also? What is the life expectancy of that 17-metre pool that's already there?
I have to come back to you. I believe it's in structural sound condition.
So
but
decade, 2 decades?
Yes. So
Okay. So
yeah,
it's still.
but I don't believe it's in any bad state.
Yep.
So,
Unlike the current Olympic
It's
pool.
not legal.
yes,
Yeah.
in
That's-
no way comparable to the 50 metre.
Yeah.
50 metres legal.
Some of the other things that may be included if there's money left over is, as long as we don't change the standard of that existing pool, it's like a fibre house. People can own fibre houses, but they can't build one or if they pull a seating off the roof, you've got to take the whole lot off. With that 17-metre pool, we may be able to add grab rails in that for aerobics, for seniors aerobics and things like that. But if it throws it outside the current standard, we wouldn't be able to do that. Things like just prettying up the concourse and new tiles on that wouldn't change the standards, just the look of them. So that typically is okay to do.
Are there any further questions? Councillor?
The only question I've got is, I guess, is probably seeking reassurance that there will be an analysis of, well, how are we able to clarify that we're looking to seek an analysis of that current learner swim pool to see its suitability for the possibility of renovating it as well? Is there enough direction for your team, Jeff, or do you need more direction from the...
Wasn't part of our original scope, I suppose, to learn to swim. We are trying to dress up the external facade. Again, it's all stretching dollars, but
Yep.
yeah, it wasn't part of the original scope. But,
No.
yeah.
But in order...
But yes,
In
yes,
order
it
for
can be
clarity-
investigated. Yes.
Yeah, in order for clarity, is that something that would assist you in, from today going forward, as to the extra scope to review and analyse the learner swim pool for its suitability for any sort of renovations? Are you
Yeah,
needing more clarity from the table, or have you got enough clarity, I guess?
If that's the direction we proceed to look at cosmetically improving it is essentially what we're asking, not so much upgrading filtration and things like that. It's just a cosmetic.
Well, I think it's more its functionality, bearing in mind it may be the learner swim pool for the next, who knows, 5, 10, 15 years, just to explore the functionality of it and what could be done to ensure that it's fit for purpose, I guess, for its next iteration of its service to the community.
Yeah, we can investigate that.
Yep.
Jeff, is there any plan B in the event that the 13 million's not going to cut it? We know it's going to be tight.
We know it's going to be tight.
Is there any other stream of funding that you can
So
think of?
we've put in for Play It Our Way, which is a women's participation funding package. We haven't heard back from that.
What is it?
Called Play It Our Way is the funding package. That was for,
Who can say that?
I can't remember the department.
State government?
Yeah, it was the state government, yes. Yep. That went out, that was, up to 1.5 million maximum, which is not sort of enough to make a big difference, I
That's
suppose.
for one recipient?
Yes, per
Yes.
maximum, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that to go towards change rooms and all that sort of stuff?
It's new stuff that you don't already have under the agreement. So right now we've got the funding agreement for 13 million, which includes amenities, so you can't double dip.
Okay.
So it's got to be something separate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's got to do with women?
It's primarily about women's participation, so increasing women's participation in sports. So it's not related to aquatic
So
centre.
it's relating to sports particularly?
Yes,
Is
women,
that your
to
main
increase
message?
women's participation in sports is the focus of the grant, yes.
And make it tight, but I mean, it needs to be, but at the same time, you know, we've got, swimming is very much part of
Yes,
survival
yeah.
these days. It's not a matter of, it's a thing that we could have,
Yes.
it's a something we must do. Yeah. Well, thank you. Is there any further questions to Jeff? Is there anything else that you'd like to say?
No, thank you.
We have a recommendation here. We have a mover with councillor Friend.
I believe Mayor Bello moved.
Okay.
Actually, I moved it.
Oh, did you? I
Because I know you three were fighting over it.
I see.
So councillor Eastwood was the mover and councillor Friend was the seconder.
That's it.
Do we have that one, Amanda? Okay, we'll put it to the vote,
Oh,
everybody.
good. Maybe.
Speak.
Did you
bit
want
of
to
a
speak
chat.
to it?
Well, we've actually diverted totally away from what the officer's recommendation is, which was really important when we started talking about the pool. But the officer's recommendation is more to do like a expressions of interest to see who can do the job, and also because it's such a diverse job with so many unknowns, where they'll fit in and how we can. This is a going to contract sort of thing. So very important, especially with a job that's got so many unknowns in it. So I totally recommend that we go this way.
You just said that we've diverted from the recommendation.
The recommendation.
How would you like to change it to make it fit in with what you're...
No. That is.
That's what you want.
This is no. In our talk, we diverted from what this was all
But
about.
it all comes back to the
Yeah.
recommendation,
Yeah.
and that's what you want.
Yeah.
You're happy
Exactly.
with that? You're happy with that, councillor
Yes,
Friend?
I am.
It's not going to be altered?
Not
No,
to be
that's
altered.
right, Madam
No
Chair.
way.
Okay, we'll...
I suppose the resolution is for council to resolve to proceed this way with the tender process.
Yes.
Because of the complicated nature of the project, it is a better method of getting a reasonable outcome with a contractor. You engage them early, you work with them and all that. That's what the resolution's about. Council, as we rightly pointed out, we're talking about what's going to happen.
Yes,
This is about how it's going to happen.
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. And,
Thanks, Jeff.
and given that, I think it's fair for those who are onlooking that they probably wonder what it was all about in the long term anyway. I'm going to read the officer's recommendation so that there's no question about confusion. That the committee exercises its delegation under section 257C of the Local Government Act 2009 and resolves that 1. Under 228 of the Local Government Regulation, it's in the public interest to invite expressions of interest for the construction of the Yeppoon Aquatic Centre project before inviting written tenders for the following reasons. There's A, B and C. A, this will allow council to undertake early contractor involvement. B, undertake market sounding to understand who is available to complete the work. And C, evaluate responses to understand capability and capacity of contractors. Number 2, the invitation of expression of interest for the construction of the Yeppoon Aquatic Centre project is approved. 3, the preparation of a shortlist from the persons who respond to the invitation for expression of interest in order to invite written tenders from those persons is approved. So that's the recommendation in full, and it does cover all of our discussions here today. So if there's no further debate, no further questions, we'll put it to the vote. All in favour? Thanks, members. That was carried unanimously.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Excellent.
I have a confession to make, everybody.
Oh,
Seriously, it's a serious one too. I was remiss on my introduction this morning. I failed to ask Councillor Walcon if he would be good enough to give a welcome of country. And I think it's important to me, and I'm sure it's important to you. So if nobody has any objection, I would like to ask you if you would be prepared to do that now.
I certainly can, Madam Chair, to do a welcome at this point of the meeting, and so just on behalf of all my family, welcome to a place that you've called your home, we've called our home, and together we can move forward and make this country, our part of the country, a great place to live, a great place to belong. And so just do want to pay my respects to all my elders past and some of our present elders as well, my uncles and aunties, and there's quite a lot of them all around the place, and also all our emerging as well, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walcott. And yes, there are a lot of them because you've got a good vote. You've got a good vote out there. There must have been all your uncles and aunties, eh?
35% of the population, but anyway, we can go.
Yes, so I do apologise for omitting that in the very beginning. That's what comes of having two sets of books. One was mine, one's the girls gave me, so there were notes on both of them, so apologies.
That's fine.
Okay, now's another matter that's dear to all our hearts. Ocean Park Avenue traffic matters. And I'm sure that Jeff would like to see that off his plate. And we're just about to do that. Okay, over to you.
Okay,
Would you like to
so
intro?
councillors, back in February, so this year, council resolved to put in some slow points along Ocean Park Avenue in response to concerns about heavy vehicle movements, speeding traffic, safety of residents and that. And that was done. There's currently 3 slow points in there. Since that time, there's been residents come to council with further thoughts and that about what's happening with the traffic up there, and they're now requesting that road closure be done at the western end of Ocean Park Avenue to stop it acting as a through road. But this is, I suppose, generally accepted that the majority of residents head towards Yeppoon rather than Rockhampton. So to do that, we have to rescind the original motion for the slow points and install the temporary slow closure at the roundabout for a trial period of 8 weeks. During that 8 weeks, we'll undertake various traffic counts and talk to residents and then we'll report back to council with the results of what the closure done.
Thanks, Mr. Carter. Are there any questions of
Thank you.
Officer?
After you.
Okay.
Seeing I missed out before, you got first rank today.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Was there a road closure already in place at some point?
Prior to the slow point, yes, there was a road closure put in mid-block, which effectively mid-subdivision. So between the roundabout on Rockhampton Road, Barmarie Road. Yep. So the Masons Wall there, the Freemasons Wall. Yeah, that roundabout there, down to the roundabout onto Bone Street, where Ocean Park Avenue comes out onto Bone Street. Midway there was put a roadblock in. The idea was to stop through traffic at the time. What it effectively done is cut the subdivision into half, meaning that people living on that western side had to go via Rockhampton Road if they wanted to access Yeppoon, and people on the eastern side had to go down to the Bone Street if they wanted to access Rockhampton.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it was there, and at one stage it was decided to remove that and trial the slow points as well, because from my understanding, the initial mid-block closure was done on the request of people on Ocean Park Road itself, and probably didn't take into account all those living on the side streets off there that were affected by it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How long was the closure in place for?
Ooh.
It was only a matter of weeks.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that down quickly. Yeah.
Like 2 or 3 weeks or something, was it?
Yeah.
Actually, I think it's in the report.
I don't think it makes reference to
No, it
that.
might be March 24.
We can get the exact answer for you,
Yeah.
Councillor Walcott, but it was only a very short time.
Yeah.
Okay, and when that closure was in place, was there data collected to did it slow traffic movement through it?
I suppose because it was such a short period of time,
Yeah.
any data probably wouldn't be able to be relied on. There was, there has been continual data taken with the slow points that are in there, through one-way slow points, so traffic have to give way to opposing traffic on each of those slow points. That indicates there has been a decrease in traffic and has been a slowing of speeds. I couldn't tell the quantum of that, but that does indicate that, yes.
Yes, but when the road closure was in place, there was no
Insufficient
no real
time
data.
I believe we may have had something out, but probably insufficient time to state that as it resulted in this.
Sure.
You've got to give these things time, hence why we're saying at least 8 weeks for this closure. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, just not long enough.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yes,
Councillor
thank you through you, Madam Chair. Mr Carter, I'm just concerned on the western end, which is on the Rockhampton roadside adjacent to the Freemasons, this is where the trial will take place.
Yes.
However, why was it not decided to do it on the eastern side near to Bone Street? My concern is that there's a lot of people who live in Capricorn Adventist Retirement Village that come out that rear end of the village onto that particular street and onto Bone Street, and it's going to increase traffic on the eastern side. Just wondering, and as you come out of the village, the curve of the Ocean Park Avenue, at that point, there seems to be almost a blind spot there. So,
my understanding is that the decision to trial closure at the west end was in response to residents' concerns. So they were claiming that they wanted to stop the through traffic, especially the heavy vehicles and that. So that's why a mid-block closure was put in originally. Problem with the mid-block closure, as explained, was it split the side, so some residents were against it, some for it. The residents are suggesting that the majority of the people in the area head towards Yeppoon rather than Rockhampton. So that's why it was put on the western side, because if you put it down the bottom, everyone has to go up to Rockhampton Road around to get to Yeppoon, which is a much longer distance, 2 or 3 k's longer, I suppose. So that's the reason it's been chosen. It's to be put in at the western end this time. I suppose the 8-week trial and the measuring of traffic and the response from the community, and that's just not just the community that live on Ocean Park Avenue, but those that live on the adjoining streets and that will be considered. We'll be actively surveying everyone in the subdivision.
excellent.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily against this at all.
No.
It's just that my concern is there going to be safety standards implemented for those leaving Carve along that eastern side?
Probably, look, I'll have to look in, I don't know if that's been considered, I'll look into that traffic matter at that conflict point for you to see if we need to add a little bit of signage during the trial period. Can we signage still out for that? Give way sign or something along those lines? Yeah.
Just
One would hope that what we're aiming for, what the residents are wanting, is a slowing of traffic and a lowering of traffic. I believe you're right, there will be more traffic going at end because those that used to go out Barmarie, but that may be negated by the less free traffic. So you may actually have exactly the same amount of traffic down bottom because they don't have free traffic coming through.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor
No,
Rees,
that's
did
what
you
I was
want
gonna
to Okay.
So you
Okay. Just to add on to what you're saying there, the good question, Councillor Flynn. The block of land across the road from Ocean Park Avenue is bare land at the moment. That's going to be development soon. The people from Carve actually take that dirt track to get onto Ocean Park Avenue now, which they really shouldn't. They come through there now, the locals tell me. So I guess that'll solve itself. If management is told that they can't do it and taps them on the shoulder, or this development takes place. When that happens, and there's another development too, I understand, which will add more traffic onto that road. So I guess it's timely now that we do something that's constructive or that's positive, because it's going to get worse before it gets better. So we've taken the right steps here. Are there any further questions? Because I just want to add a little bit to it. No? Councillor Rothery?
No,
No, you're right,
fine,
Councillor.
thank
You've been involved with this. We've been involved with all of these headaches, haven't we? For a long
No
time.
questions,
No-
Your Honour.
No
Do we have to
questions.
move on? Yeah.
I'll move it.
Yeah, I'll second that one. I'd like to go to the recommendation. As Mr Carter said, the rescission of the resolution from the special council meeting held on the 6th of February, that's got to happen. And at the same time, simultaneously, the temporary one-lane slow points are removed at that time. You can't take the points away without having the rescission because they conflict with each other. The implementation of a temporary road closure trial at the western end of Ocean Park Avenue for 8 weeks. Now, I've got here a document that was sent or given to members who attended Cordingley Street meeting with the stakeholders a little while back, and they had 7 requests, and Mr Creedeman was the author of this document, and he has actually identified most of those 7 items. But there were a couple there that they specifically wanted to elaborate on a little bit. It doesn't negate the recommendation in any way. The full 8 weeks, as Mr Carter says, the full 8 weeks is necessary to get a real picture of what's going on there. What the people were asking, and if we could record this, Amanda, that they were asking that we allow those traffic counters to go in 2 weeks before the trial starts, so we can get a before and after. 2 weeks before and 2 weeks after. I know it'll probably take some of our equipment away for a little bit, but this matter's been going on for a couple of years as well, and we'd really like to put it to bed. And they believe that the closure should go from Tabone Street to 33 Ocean Park Avenue.
So what was
That's what they had here.
close it at, not at the,
Yep. The 8 weeks closure should be 2 weeks prior to the official closure and 2 weeks after it's completed, so that they've got. And they're looking at 33, I get it mixed up with Park Avenue in Rockhampton, Ocean Park Avenue, because I looked after that too once, and Tabone Street and 33 Ocean Park Avenue. That
Are they
catches.
sorry, are they saying to close it at 33?
No.
Oh.
My understanding they've nominated the positions they want for the traffic counts.
Yes.
Oh.
I think we need to leave it to the experts.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're recommending. So
I'd suggest that we have data from any work, so any mid-block closure, any slow points and that, we've got traffic count data from that. It's 12 months old, but I don't think it would have changed that much. We currently have traffic data and we may even still have it out for the slow points. So there's your before. We'll put the traffic counts in for the 8 weeks. More than happy to leave them for a couple of weeks after the closure. That makes good sense. But I think we've got to be careful choosing exact points to do it when we really do need the experts to look at the whole, what's typical traffic movements, for people who do traffic modelling to determine the best place for those traffic cameras.
and you're right. The other one too, they were talking about a pack to go to the residents in that estate. I don't know about a pack, but we're going to be notifying them, aren't we?
Yeah, but at the moment,
or something like that.
Should the council adopt or rescind the previous motion about the slow points and install this road closure at the western end? The plan is to start the communication straight away, so we would have variable message boards out today, if not tomorrow.
You're not looking at letterbox drops or anything like that?
Yes, we are. We're going to do that as well today. So letterbox drops to notify the residents. variable message boards to notify the through traffic that don't live there. Okay. Because we're in a situation where we're at school holidays, we thought it best to give the school mums and school dads a chance to know about it. So we would not enact the closure until probably Wednesday of next week. Let them see the message boards and that for a couple of days before we actually close it down. So Wednesday, Thursday next week we'll be looking
And
at.
of course, for those people who read the paper, we need to have it advertised as a story in the paper as well.
Possibly, I'll talk to our communication.
We need to, because you know, a lot of people they need to have that newspaper as well. We get them from all sides because just one avenue of notification may not be enough. And signage to show that there's no through road there, all that will be taken care of.
Yes, okay, that will start today. The variable message boards were proposing one either side of the Rockhampton roundabout, one where the closure will be, mainly for people exiting the subdivision to the west,
Yes.
and then we'll have one down at Tabone Street, people entering the subdivision. So,
Yes.
so anyone that travels from Rockhampton Road down to Tabone Street through that subdivision but don't live there could be 4 message boards for each
And
city.
I'm just thinking
3
too,
because I've come from one direction.
maybe we need to do some letterbox drops or leaflet drops.
We are, yeah, we're proposing
in
that
the
today.
in the industrial areas, because they're the fellas who've been using that road.
I would think we're better off, we don't know who uses it outside. The letterbox drops are specifically for the
For the
residents.
people,
The message boards are for people that travel through that road that don't live there.
Well, we need to
To
focus
try
on,
and second guess where people that travel through that road live or work, we're probably wasting our time.
no, I'm talking about the people in the industrial area who come through there. We can talk about that.
Yes,
Madam
besides
Chairman,
that.
can I suggest if we get the decision made, and perhaps yourself and Mr Carter can
Yeah.
talk about the
Yeah, we can do that.
comms following the
There's
meeting?
one last matter here that it says, part of the report. Although not necessarily supported by traffic data collected over the past 12 months, Council recognises the concerns of some residents of Ocean Park Avenue about road safety caused by non-resident traffic, rat running, and this through route increasing traffic volume and speed and vehicle size on a road not intended for such purpose. Little paragraph here, number 3. While the latest review and consultation is undertaken, other traffic calming, temporary one-lane slow point will be installed along Ocean Park Avenue to enable a trial road closure to be discontinued. It says a permanent closure of the road is not an acceptable outcome. Now that concerns me, because we're going to bend over backwards here to make this trial work, and yet over the page here.
Madam Chairman, I think you're referring to the Council's resolution of the 6th of February.
Yeah.
So that's factually accurate. If the Council's view on that has changed, that's okay, and that can be considered when the
We
trial is
can't make
concluded.
that determination
You've already
while
made
we're going into a trial.
You've already made the determination on the 6th of February. This is about considering a trial. If the Council's position from the 6th of February has changed, that's fine, but that's factually accurate historically.
I'd just be a little bit concerned, people reading that might get the
It's been on the
impression.
public record now since February. That was the
Okay.
Council's
As
resolution
long as we
since
stick to the
February.
script and the officer's recommendation as it
Yes,
stands
the officer's
today.
recommendations on the board, and once that's installed, we'll get the communications out and we'll bring all the data back to you at the end of the trial period. And if the Council's view on the 6th of February resolution has altered and that's been repealed today, then you can consider all those options again with all that data and the experiences, I guess, of people through the trial period.
Yes. Do you need me to read the recommendation?
I think
No?
we're good, thank you.
Okay. All right, we've finished with our questions now. Ready to go to the vote? All right, all in,
Who's moving?
oh, do we have a move? No, councillor Walcott and I.
Is he speaking to the motion?
I just, I'd speak to the motion. I just think it's a lot of concern regarding Ocean Park Avenue. Before I was on council, going around, I was at one of those public meetings, and it was of concern that they really wanted to get this sorted out. And so it'd be great to hopefully move forward if we go that way to move this to get a trial done on the closure.
Thank you, councillor Brooke. I know that'll wind it up then. I know there'll probably be partying in the street tonight. All right, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you, members. That was unanimous. Thank you. This is a road closure application adjacent to 78 Esplanade.
I'm sure he's gonna talk
Who's
to
doing
you.
this one?
Sean, excuse me, Amanda, could I get the attachment, please? Because it'll be quicker if
Yes, a map would be good, Sean. Do you
Yeah.
want a chair?
not yet. I need to
Okay.
just point a couple of
It's
things out.
it's a little bit tricky when I looked at it the second time.
Okay, try the other one. That's, yeah, this is better. Yeah, good morning, councillors again. So this lot here is a long, narrow lot between the Esplanade and Wall Street in Cooey Bay. Their existing boundary runs along there like that. It's a so for some reason or other, the road's really wide here for the last couple of blocks, and then it narrows right down to 10 metres wide. And they've got the block where in the transition, and they've asked to close it in line with the neighbours out to there, which will mean only 10 metres wide for the street. So they've asked to close this triangle and buy that from the state. And under a previous resolution, council, any applications like this, even though it's a state road, the council has to approve these. So when we looked at this, the 10 metre wide road doesn't meet our minimum road widths in our CMDG, our development standards. So what our minimum road width is actually 16. Now, there's a few blocks up here, and you might say that, you know, they can stay there forever and this road's only going to be 10 metres wide anyway. But if they do redevelop into units or something over time, we can condition them to make the road a little bit wider, so we get that minimum 16, because 10 metres for a road is very narrow. A lot of roads are actually 20, but 16 is our minimum. And this is a fairly quiet street. So what we're suggesting, rather than let them give approval to close the whole area, to give a 10 metre footpath, 10 metre road, we're suggesting we do a compromise at 16 metres, which will give us the minimum road width. They will have to give that little triangle back to the state to be part of the road reserve, and then they can buy this one off the state. So it's a road opening and a road closure. So that's what we're suggesting, and that's what the resolution's about, getting the CEO to sign off on that.
Just a question, Sean. It's a long, skinny block that goes out onto Wall Street.
Yeah.
And there was some suggestion in the report that they may want to do a subdivision. Now, if that were the case, their lawful point of entry would be at that 16 metre entrance that you're looking at shaving off.
They could do a subdivision now, and they've got 2 points of entry, so that doesn't really change anything. I think they just want a little bit more front yard.
Yeah, so I know that there are a couple of reservations, officers' reservations on this one. They can be overcome. I mean, what people look for is that we're fair about it. It's all these little untidy corners. They just need to be tidied up over time. But if it's not going to harm anybody, and you were saying too about the possibility of units above that?
Oh, I'm just saying.
Yeah, if in the case. And they
like these are all fairly modern houses. It's not likely that they're going to be redeveloped anytime soon. But down the track in 20, 30 years, if they do get redeveloped, we can condition that the road gets widened at that stage.
Maybe we need to put a little note on their file just to remind us down the track, because I can recall one in Found Street that didn't happen. Now we've got all sorts of problems. So we just need to look a little bit ahead, because you can't get a service vehicle in there. That's the worry, because those little narrow streets and little narrow blocks all lead to trouble. So, but anyway, what we've got is the application, and you're happy with that?
It's not exactly what they asked for, but we're going to,
But it's a compromise
Yeah.
that gives us what we need
yeah,
to
that's
widen
right.
that,
It sort of future-proofs it a little bit,
yes, yes.
and they still get to buy a bit more front yard.
It does tidy it up as well.
Just a question if I could.
Yes, councillor Ballard.
Just to the officer there, through you, has that been communicated to the applicant at all?
I'm not 100% sure.
So this would be the first time
Yeah.
potentially that they'd be
Gary's
aware of that?
dealing with it, yeah.
Okay.
Richard, my understanding is that council has to agree to their proposal. We will write back to them saying, look, we don't agree with what you're doing, but we will be happy to sign off on this.
Yep.
State government won't accept it until it comes with something from council, either a yay or nay.
Yep.
So I don't even think they can continue to lodge the original one if we've said no, we prefer a compromise. That's my understanding.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It was more whether this had been conveyed to the applicant, but it would sound like this is the first time that it's publicly been disclosed.
Yeah.
Yep, okay, I'm happy to move that if you like, Madam Chair.
Yes, councillor Ballard.
Madam Chair, I'll second. However, I do have a question through you to Sean. Sean, throughout our whole shire, and especially within these built-up areas, there's a lot of these particular areas, median strips, etc., that people want to purchase so that they have that extra land to subdivide. Do we know how many approximately within our shire?
No,
It's
it'd be
quite
a
a lot.
case-by-case thing. I
Sure,
wouldn't say there's a real lot.
sure. And would this be opening up precedents for others to come forward?
Possibly, yeah, as you can see on this other plan, the neighbours might get the idea that they could purchase some of that road reserve too.
It's catching.
Just through the chair, this is diagonal, the land they own.
Yes,
So-
currently is diagonal.
And I've read through the case, it's so they can put a fence in and a gate, so they have entry into that area. So it's not, they're not, by what I read, it's more about securing their property than extending it or anything like that.
Yeah, overall, but this isn't much bigger than that. They're not gaining a whole lot of extra area.
No, but they are able to secure it with a
Yeah.
fence and a gate if we
Yeah,
accept this proposal.
they'll be able to put a square fence and a square gate rather than trying to do something on the diagonal. And they do have to purchase it at market value too. It's not like they can just go along and claim it for free sort of thing.
But we need to do some sort of deal though, if they're handing over land to the
Yeah,
state.
they'll only have to buy the balance.
Yeah.
Could I just add that if few other blocks below them wanted to do a similar thing as you said at present, as long as there's no infrastructure in there, it's not a great deal of concern. If we have a minimum of 16 metres and that's considered appropriate into the future, then
And they pay for it.
yeah, they have to buy it off the state's crown,
So any further questions
just
for Sean?
one more
Yes,
question, Madam Chair.
councillor Walker.
So their proposal is so that they can have a carport in it. With officers' recommendation of having those lines where it is, will they still have enough room for a carport? I would imagine so looking at it, but I'm not an expert.
Yeah, well, that's 6 metres, so if they have a 6 metre clearance to the front, they've still got about 18 metres from that new boundary, so yeah, plenty of room for carpool.
Yeah, 18 did you say?
Oh, I'm just sort of
Roughly,
guessing that, yeah, 18 to 20 metres
Yep.
from there to there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Everybody happy with their questions?
Yep.
Okay, who do we have? Who was a member? Councillor Bello, Councillor Friend. And the recommendation is, committee recommends to council to authorise the Chief Executive Officer to sign a statement in relation to an application under the Land Act of 94 over state land, stating that council as road manager supports the proposed permanent road closure adjacent to Lot 4, RP 607778, which is identified as Area A on plan identified here, LSC 607778.04, subject to A, the retention of a 16-metre wide road reserve, and B, opening of Area B as road, which we've just had demonstrated. And 2, that the applicant be advised of council's decision and provided with the completed part C. And I'll call the vote on that one.
I didn't even get to speak to it.
Oh, I'm so sorry, you were just so quiet in that corner. Sorry, Councillor Bell.
Oh, just to make mention that often council is, criticised for being clunky, red tape, bureaucratic, but I think these are examples where it just shows we can collaborate together, and if that's a precedent that gets set and it's a positive collaboration, well, bring it on. Absolutely. Thank you.
You're right, fine. Okay, we ready to go now? All right, all those in favour? Thanks, members, that's carried unanimously. Thanks, Amanda. You're right, when we have all those little quiet ones that fester away there for a long time. Number 11.6, Livingstone. Where are we? 5. Oh, Meekleville Hill, 11.5, Meekleville Hill Reservoir Roof Replacement. Jeff, you might like to outline this one, because it's something that had to be paid for in the absence of a meeting.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to do that if you like. It was actions that I took to endorse some additional expenditure on this project, which was about roof replacement at the Meekleville Hill Reservoir. During that process, the reservoir was drained. The contractor discovered that the joins in the base of the tank were not in good order and required replacing. I've authorised that to happen, and this is requesting the council's endorsement of those actions to be taken.
Yes, you did have a big spend up, didn't you?
I did indeed.
$873,000.
I thought you'd agree that it was a worthwhile investment.
Yes, well, and I think we'll come to that.
No good having a roof.
I guess
for
it's
4
the
weeks.
next best thing to emergent expenditure that we've had to do the work because of the emergent situation in that
That's
case.
what's recommended to you, Madam Chair.
Yes, that's right. It's just endorsing what you've had to do on behalf of the water supply.
Indeed.
Yes. Now, there was some suggestion that the matter's not complete. As far as funding goes, that's complete. There is a risk of slippage on the tanks in the event of heavy rains eroding the pads. What's happening there, Mr. Carter? These are risks that we're facing.
Probably
While
is
the
that
sorry.
somewhat.
Yes, Chris?
So just whilst the tank is offline, there were some temporary tanks on the side of the hill there. When we bring this tank back online after the sealing of the floor, that risk will be removed.
Okay.
So it's only the temporary tanks that.
Only temporary tanks, the concrete fixed tank.
Yes, I was going to say that doesn't sound real good. No, okay. How much water is in the reservoir itself at the moment?
It's empty at the moment, so once it's sealed up and it's cured for a number of weeks, we'll go and fill it, we'll then empty it again and then put it back into service.
So we need to keep it empty till we're sure that the foundation's going to hold, and then
No, to do the expansion joints.
Just to do with sealing at the bottom
just
of the tank.
seal it, yes. And then we top it up again, but we just need those side tanks as an interim supply
They've been supplying Maxwell Hill for the last year.
for a whole year. Yeah, it was an urgent matter, wasn't it? Really. The roof to start with.
Is ensuring the security of our roof fire against contamination.
Yes, that happens. And then, of course, you find a bigger problem underneath it all. Yeah, so well done, guys, well done. And thank you for spending that money, Mr. CEO. Are there any questions to the CEO or the officer?
Yeah, just through you, Madam Chair. Just out of pure curiosity, how many premises does this reservoir service?
Off the top of my head, Councillor, I couldn't give you an exact answer, but around Maxwell Hill all the way down to Todd Avenue,
Okay,
that area there.
so quite a lot.
Quite a lot.
Yeah,
Essential.
it is essential. Thank you. I'll move, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Councillor Rothery. Did you want to say something, Councillor Eastwood? You're sort of shifting there like you were going to.
Just make myself comfortable. Thank you, Ken.
Are there any further questions of our officers, either of our two officers? No, we put it to the vote. Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Rothery. Thank you. All right, all those in favour? Thank you, members. That was unanimous. Livingstone Shire Council State Election Priority Projects for 2024.
Good morning, councillors. So this report just recommends 3 priority projects to advocate to the state election for 2 candidates. As councillors are aware, we had a number of workshops before we came to the conclusion that these would be the priority projects. So we're just seeking endorsement of the projects as detailed in this report. Great Capital Island continued advocacy to the stage for delivering the master plan priorities. This one is really focused on access. We're already looking at the wastewater treatment plant and also obviously amenities and our welcome centre, if you want to call it that. The other one was investment in critical road infrastructure to open up new residential allotments. That one will be focused on the Neils Road intersection upgrade and the Aquatic Centre Stage 2. That one councillors may want to consider maybe adjusting given the more recent conversations on and the decision today to go out to tender for Stage 1. The report details it was asking for $10 million for Stage 2 to be as part of Stage 1. Maybe we could adjust that to actually look at upgrades to the actual existing pool as per the discussion today. To the Landisburg pool, upgrades to the Landisburg pool.
Yeah, thank you, Sonia. Are there any questions? I have one first up. When we're talking Great Capital Island, Sonia, and we're about to invest a lot of money into a sewage treatment plant over there, how does that go? How does that fit in with the claim that's on the island at the moment?
Councillor, aside from that claim, it's important everyone still needs access to the island and safe, equitable access. At the moment, as you're aware, it's not perfect in all sorts of weather, and particularly for people with disabilities and elderly people. So I believe that it's still legitimate that we, regardless of the claim, that we still continue to invest in wanting to get some sort of jetty or barge ramp over there, and that's for council to advocate to the state to spend on. The current money that is committed to the entire project is not going to deliver that access, so that's what that one's about.
Because we know the sewage treatment plant is a no-brainer. It's just got to happen. And I guess if we can demonstrate to the claim and via the court that we are progressing as normal as a responsible local government should be doing, the court will determine whatever it determines based on the fact that we are spending money to make sure that it's a viable operation, not only for tourists but for residences and general the economy overall. Yeah, so that I was just a bit concerned that when you go spending a lot of money with the uncertainties you're facing, you've got to hesitate a little bit, to see to make sure that it's safe. Yeah. Are there any further questions from anybody?
Perhaps just a question to the officer, yes. To Sonia, if I could. Just picking up on your comments about the Aquatic Centre Stage 2, would it be a bad idea maybe to just have the Aquatic Centre rather than nominate Stage 2? Because it's about, we still don't know really what opportunities may present to have an influence over the direction and the outcome of it. And I guess based on today with Mr. Jeff Davies there, he's got clear direction what he's going to explore with the Landisburg pool. We're going to find out what the costings of the actual 50 metre pool are going to be by going to tender. So I'm just wondering is there any harm in removing actually the Stage 2 as such, and it's just all about the Aquatic Centre?
Yeah, no, absolutely, I agree, Councillor. Mayor. And I think we will need to adjust the report prior to the next ordinary meeting anyway, because we've detailed the deliverables of stage 2, so we can just make it more broad and talk about the Livingstone Aquatic Centre as an entire project.
Yeah, okay.
And add in
Just a
the-
suggestion, I was just curious
So
on the,
we're removing from that recommendation, we're removing
amending
the words
it.
stage 2 from item number 3. Is that what you're looking for?
that's what I was seeking advice on.
Did you get that one, Amanda? Thank you. Are there any further questions? We've gone through this so many times, but then again, there's always something new.
And this is mainly probably for the people listening, with the infrastructure of trunk road, or the trunk road infrastructure, you know, we're, as a council, I think we're looking for the future because we know the growth of this area, so I think that's definitely a must in there on my opinion. So, and also, I don't know, I think it's only got the one road written in there. Is that are you just focusing on that one, or are you talking about in general?
In general, to open up
As
future
many as what we can.
residential, but for election purposes, we'll probably concentrate on the Neils Road
Road one.
intersection.
Yeah.
And that's because obviously we need to have something specific that we're wanting to achieve, but that is up to councils as well. But in general, yes, critical road infrastructure, and that's the east-west connector. Whatever that alignment ends up becoming, that's the start of that.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? The officer's recommendation that the committee exercises its delegation under section 257C of the Local Government Act of 2009, resolves to endorse the Livingstone Shire Council State Election Priority Projects for 2024 as detailed in this report. Number 1, Great Keppel Island. Number 2, investment in capital road infrastructure. And number 3, Yeppoon Aquatic Centre. All of those in favour?
Happy to move.
Yes. Do we have a mover? Do we have a mover? I thought we had a mover.
Mayor wants to
Or
move.
something.
Second.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just didn't know whether you had a mover or not, that was all.
There's nothing up there, so.
Sorry.
Move councillor Ballo, second councillor Eastwood. You right with that?
Yep. Happy to speak to that, Madam
Yes, you
Chair.
may.
Yeah, look, and maybe with my earlier suggestion about removing stage 2, maybe it might even be more accurate to include stage 1 and 2. I guess I don't want to diminish the importance of stage 2 being the learn to swim, which we more and more are hearing from our community is vitally important to have a functioning learn to swim facility that council provides. So maybe with the consent of the table, if we could put that back to Yeppoon Aquatic Centre stage 1 and 2.
You sure you've got it right
I'm
this
sure
time?
I've got it right this time.
Yes, councillor Eastwood, you're the seconder. Do you have any problem with that?
No, with the mayor's recommendation.
Any other member? Just,
I have a question to
yes, yes.
The Mayor.
Mm.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So stage 1 and 2, you're talking about if the first $13 million is exceeded. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, I guess there's so many unknowns with this, and it won't be until we progress through each stage where we actually, you know, and as I say, information is critical to making good decisions. So until we get to those stepping stones, we really won't know where we are. And in the unfavourable circumstances that the tender comes back in significantly higher, which we've seen right across certainly Queensland and beyond, and our sewage treatment plant is a classic example, starting at 10.1 and then potentially could be 16. It just helps us to have a broader approach to the Yeppoon Aquatic Centre stage 1 and 2.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
If that satisfies the
It
council.
does.
So members, I'll just ask you again, you have to put in stage 1 and 2 under number 3. You happy with that? You sure you've got that now?
That's what I'd like to debate the merits of. Thank you, Councillor, Madam Chair.
Do you need to say anything else towards
No,
that?
all I was going to say is that, you know, as a new council, we've obviously been reviewing our priority projects, and it's been good to get the insights of the new councillors who bring fresh ideas, fresh visions, and we endeavour to reflect on behalf of our community what are indeed the priority projects that is going to help underpin both the current people who call this place home and those who will be coming into the future, and the tourism aspects that's so important to our economy, which is why Great Keppel Island is is on there, and the road infrastructure projects are so vital to opening up more residential land in areas where most of the community is going to be very supportive of residential housing, which will greatly increase the supply and hopefully assist in the affordability of housing blocks out there, which is so important for those who are wanting to buy into the market. So there's many pluses with this list, and I hope councillors will support it so we can get on with pushing forward.
Councillor Eastwood?
No one speaking against. Yeah, look, this is basically a list for our state election nominees, candidates to put forward, and it's a good list. It's the three big things that we need money for and need work on. So yeah, I just recommend this to the table, councillors.
Thank you. No further speakers? I'd just like to add a little bit there. There are so many priorities that we have. We'd like to take them all on board, but we're just realistic that we can only ask so much of so many. What we have here are the ones that we can almost be guaranteed we'll get something for, that we've got benefits as a result of them. So I think if we can get approval for these here, then we're in business. All right, I'll call the vote, everybody. Those in favour? No one's against? That was unanimous. Thanks, Amanda. And I think...
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I could just 2 minutes.
Madam Chair, we've approached the notional finish time for committee. If councillors are comfortable, we can finish the next two items in the next little bit. Then probably pushing on is in order. We just need to be conscious the other committee is starting at 11 a.m.
There's no debate really necessary in relation to the next recommendation, I think. You'll move on. Thanks, Chris.
Okay, so by way of background, at the ordinary council meeting on the 8th of June, council resolved to update the residential rebate for water saving products, which aligns with Rockhampton Regional Council, includes a dishwasher rebate. There was a second resolution back in January 24, which was to convene public workshops to educate people on how to reduce water usage in gardens, which is paper addresses, which is in front of you. To hold public workshops, we need to get specialised gardening people in to actually advise someone, which would be at a cost to council, an estimated $7,000. There's no regional areas that hold these sorts of work, provide these sorts of services. There are obviously gardening clubs and things like that which people can attend. So as an alternative to actually convening workshops, reviewing the council's current webpage in terms of access to additional information in comparison to other councils, I think we're on the low side of information that we do supply to our residents. The proposal is to actually update our council website with additional information, aligning with other councils' best practice websites, with an addition to include a water usage calculator. It wasn't asked by council, but I think it's something that could be valuable to residents around the areas where they could type in their previous usage and current reading, and they can actually then go and assess whether they've got their water usage based on the current year rates for water. We have explored that with our comms people, and it should be relatively easy to implement. So the recommendation for this paper is that the committee recommends that council that in lieu of public workshops as resolved in 24th of January 2024, it instead undertakes an update of the Livingstone Shire Council website to include water efficiency gardening advice, links to additional information, and a water bill calculator.
Move, Madam Chair.
Yes, good one.
Okay.
You didn't have many gongs up today. I think we need to give it to Councillor. We have to reward him for that, Mr. Mina. Thanks for the report, Chris. And you're right. I think when we say workshops, I mean a gathering under the tree. But you're right, $7,000. There's a lot of money when we're trying to keep a budget in tow, that's for sure. But I have a question here. The water bill calculator, that's not related to the bump meter, is it?
Not that I know of.
Don't answer that. No, look, I don't have any problem with it at all. I'm happy with that. Is there anybody against or have a question? No?
No.
No, well, we put it to the vote. And kick CEO.
I'd just like to say a few words
Yes, sorry,
as a mover.
sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank Chris and his team in the Water Department for coming up with this innovative idea, especially the water calculator on our website, which will enable us as councillors, when people approach us, to be able to say, you know, you can actually calculate your water and you need to go here. I think I have to commend the officers for coming up with these innovative ideas to assist in saving money in the long term. And yeah, I fully agree with this. Thank you so much.
You'd like to put it to the vote? All those in favour? Thank you, Councillor Vallow, just in time. That was unanimous. Thank you.
Yep.
You know what you voted for.
It's okay. And we do have a committee matter.
You don't even know what you voted for.
Mr. CEO.
It was Ocean Park Avenue, I know that.
Indeed, Madam Mayor, if the councillors are of a mind to consider the matter that's listed in closed session, a resolution to that effect would be in order. That the recommended wording of that shown on page section 12, closed session.
Yes.
And that'll be the final item for today.
Yes. For the members who are live streaming, we have a matter that does need to be dealt with in closed session. Under the Local Government Act, there are certain matters that are required confidentiality, and this is one of them. It's in relation to a Supreme Court claim by EarthTech Proprietary Limited. It was a Statue Bay project, and it's considered confidential in accordance with section 254J3E of the Local Government Regulation, as it contains information relating to legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against a local government. And for those reasons, we now call for the vote to move into closed session, please.
And will you stay in closed session now, or?
We have to go into closed session, we deal with it, we come out, and we resolve what that matter's going to be. We resolve it. It shouldn't take too long. This is the only item in closed session. It shouldn't take too long.
Thanks. Yeah. I'll be back then.
Thank you.
We need to vote or go into closed session?
Yeah, vote to go into closed session, yes. Yes. Unanimous, thank you very much, members. Who moved it to go into closed session? I moved it. Okay, we'll move to come out of committee. Who was the mover?
Me.
Oh, Councillor Friend, who's
I'll
the
second
seconder? Councillor Walcon, all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you Amanda. Members, you've heard the advice from our CEO. There is a recommendation here. I'll read it out for the sake of the live streaming. The officer's recommendation is that the committee recommends that council notes the legal proceeding brought on by EarthTech Proprietary Limited in the Supreme Court over the Statue Bay project from 2017-18 has been dismissed, with 2 costs orders awarded to council. And number 2, and finally, the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to seek to recover costs from EarthTech Proprietary Limited using the enforceable orders granted by the Supreme Court. Are there any questions to our CEO? No questions? Is there a mover for the recommendation?
I'm happy to move.
I'll second it.
Councillor Bello is seconding the motion. Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Bello. No further discussion? You ready to call the vote on this one? All those in favour? That's 4
And against? We've got to call against.
and against, 2 against. Thank you, Amanda. The motion has been carried 4-2. And that brings us to the end of our agenda, Mr CEO. Thank you for your patience, all of you,
Well done,
and
Councillor.
our officers.
Thank you, Councillor.
I know it might have been a little bit trying at times,
A
but
little bit long, but not trying.
yes, but we had some pretty curly ones there that have been outstanding for a couple.
So welcome to the Recreation and Culture Committee. Myself and Councillor Friend, the team looking after that. Thank you staff for turning up today, for all our portfolio staff. We appreciate you being here. So the appointment of the chairperson for today, pursuant to Section 2.6.4 of Livingstone Shire Council's meeting procedures. Myself, Councillor Lance Walker, will be appointed as chairperson of this meeting of the Recreation and Culture Standing Committee.
Second.
There you go. Moved by Councillor Friend, seconded by Councillor Mather. Do we need to put that to a vote, or do we just go through?
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favour? Well, thank you for first one down. For those present today, the absent is Councillor Watson. He is absent, so if we can just make note of that, that'd be great. Do we have any, before we go to that, the confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting? So that the minutes of the Recreation and Culture Stand Committee meeting held on the 4th of June 2024 be taken as read and adopted as a current record. Do we have a mover? So we've got Councillor Mather, seconded by Councillor Friend. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Are there any declarations of interest in matters on the agenda today? No. There are no deputations, no business arising outstanding from previous meetings. There are no presentation of petitions. There are no questions, statements, motions or notice from councillors, and no committee reports. We're moving to 11.1, the new community policy, public spaces, memorials policy. Sharon speaking to it, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Walkman. So this is a new policy. The policy is for public spaces and memorials, and it'll outline council's approach to how we manage public memorials across the Shire in our open spaces. So it recognises the importance of memorials and honouring individuals, groups and events that are significant to our community and our history. So it ensures that we maintain the intended purpose for the community's social and cultural heritage. So the policy comes into the purpose of our memorials. So obviously it's there to recognise our loved ones, as I mentioned, and members of and organisations that have contributed to our history. It establishes the criteria, so it gives a criteria for people to apply to have a memorial put in place, and there'll be a process where they'll do an application, and the memorial talks about how it commemorates an individual, how it honours an individual or a circumstance, and the recognition for community groups and associations. So it explains that process, and it also allows us to keep balance of our infrastructure and our parks and making decisions that are fair and equitable for applicants applying to put in memorials. So it's a pretty straightforward policy, but it just gives us that ability to recognise people and events and set up a process for approving such applications.
Thank you. Got some questions? Thank
you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Sharon. Thank you for all your hard work. It goes on to say that the policy further specifies the types of application that will not be considered. What types of applications are these?
So some of those will be, it'll be for people who are still living. It'll be for political or situations that might not be, we want to have it in the public forum, not for pets, not to put in benches or other assets that we don't want to have in those environments. There are some parks that are already named after other people or events, so it's not about overcrowding, so it specifies those types of situations that won't be approved.
Yes. So, and this is a great policy because we don't want the whole Shire to be overrun by everyone's memorials like they are in other shires, and I have seen photos. However, excluding those that may be that actually should be recognised and come to the table for a resolution,
Yes.
that would be the exemption if they
Yes.
were resolved.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? I do have some questions. Who pays for the memorials?
So the memorial will be paid for by the applicant. They would, it depends on the type of memorial that they might want to put in place. So it may require design, it may require other approvals, and if they do have to have design, all the cost associated with the memorial would be borne by the applicant. Yeah.
And who pays for the upkeep of the memorials?
Typically, it would be enter a program of, say, a life of the asset, and it'll depend on the type of memorial it is. It may be that the applicant will be responsible for the ongoing upkeep, and minor stuff could be managed by council.
Okay. Do you know how much it's that's costing council? Do you know how much it's
Well, it
costing
would depend
council?
on what the memorial is. So, if they typically, if it was just a plaque on a stone or a plaque on a bench, it would just be some minor maintenance. It would be cleaning or just minor repairs if they're damaged. But if it's a larger memorial, you just really can't put a figure on it. Yeah, until the time that it comes in.
Okay, great. Let's move to formal debate. I'll move that.
I'll move it.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Seconded.
I'm happy to second if you don't want to, Councillor.
Councillor Eastwood, you can second that.
Thank you.
Those speaking for? No?
Don't need to speak.
Speaking against? Okay, it's put to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Sharon. Appreciate that. Moving to 11.2, the Caves and District Lions Club Incorporated 10-year renewal. Laurie, Sarah,
Good morning.
welcome to the table.
Good morning, Mayor, Councillors, CEO, staff. Okay, so this report pertains to a 10-year renewal application received by Council, applicants being the Caves and District Lions Club Incorporated. The applicants have proposed, the applicants are happy with the current conditions. The only changes they are proposing is to their leased area. So they're looking to expand their site for future shed construction. It's just a small boundary realignment. The group do understand the costs that are associated with expanding their leased area, but this would be the only change.
Happy to take any questions.
Yeah.
What's the, girls, who's going to answer the question? The Lions Club at the Caves, they've only got a little bit of land that their structure is on.
Yes.
It's only like a foot all the way around the outsides of that building.
Yeah.
Something like that, something
Yes.
very small, which means they can't do much with it apart from walk up the stairs and down the stairs.
That's right.
So
So they're looking, so on the screen, we've got a little map. On the right hand side there is their current leased area. And underneath that, where the red dotted line is, that's where they're looking to expand. So they're currently only leasing part of the park, which is the Caves Lions Bicentennial Park. So the current lease is only for a small portion, which you're correct, Councillor Mather, is just a small area around their existing building. So with that boundary realignment, it will allow them to look at shed construction for homing their trailer, which they currently park at one of the club members' homes. They're quite happy with that space. They're not, I mean, the park's maintained by council, so any further expansion would then mean they would have to go into looking at maintaining the open space.
yes, it's not as if they're a major club or have major ambitions, and I think what they asked was probably very reasonable and would service them.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say, you see that U pathway there,
Yes.
and there's a little, looks like a green roof there leading into
Yes.
the club. That's barricaded off at the
Yeah.
moment. I don't know if the
Yeah.
others know about it, but it's loaded with white ants.
Yeah, so it's sitting with facilities at the moment for replacement.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's gone beyond help as far as replacing bees go.
It's a pull down and reconstruct project.
And what I was going to ask, because it's used by families, even watching their kids on the skate park, we need to have a think about its replacement, whether we can get a grant for that or something, but we really need to have a plan ahead of us ourselves.
I believe there is a current plan from facilities at the moment. I think they're just waiting on equipment. Yeah.
We've got something in there, haven't we?
Yes.
They're ahead of me.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
That's right. And the boundary realignment, the extra space they are asking for is positioned at the rear of the park, so I don't see any problems with that space there.
Actually, the more they use up that space, the better. I mean, the park itself, it just reduces the amount of work our people have to do to keep it clean. But it's, be surprised how it's used just the same. Yeah.
Any further questions?
I'm happy to move that when we get to it, Mr.
I'll second it.
Mr. Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Mather, seconded by Councillor Friend. Any further questions?
Too easy.
Do we need debate at all?
I'd like to
Just
say,
before? Yep.
yes. So I'd just really like to say that the Caves Lions are certainly an integral part of our northern areas and surrounding communities, and we need to continue to support their great work that they undertake, and we need to agree with this. There's no debate really. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
May I just say that if anybody's wanting to support the Lions at the Caves, the 22nd is their changeover, 22nd of this month. You need to ring them up and let them know that you're coming. That's the best way to support them. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
All right, let's put this to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously.
Too easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, ladies.
Moving on, 11.3. Resourcing additional full-time position, the library assistant. Molly and Casey, welcome to the table.
Good morning, everyone.
Over to you.
Okay, yes, so the library services team is seeking to additionalise our staffing by one full-time equivalent library assistant, which will be for children's services. Is there any questions?
Move it, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'll second that. Councillor Friend, Councillor Walk-on, second. Any questions?
Yes, I will ask a question, only for clarity. Thank you so much. So I understand that we do have a current temporary position there as a library assistant. Is this correct? And this is what we're asking for this full-time equivalent to be?
Yes, it's a part-time position which is supplemented by grant funding, but as grant funding is not always guaranteed year by year, we're seeking to make this a full-time position within council because those services are very much asked for by the community, and this way we can continue to provide this into the future.
And I suppose my next question through the chair, thank you Mr. Chair, is could you give us some stats around the libraries? How many people visit the libraries, and do you have some approximate information?
For the year, or
yeah, whatever you have, whatever you have. It's just in order to justify how needed this position is.
yes, well, as seeing Livingstone Shire's population grow over the last few years as well, state library provides some guidelines on how many staff you should have versus your population, so we are trying to just keep up with that. So we've got here, membership is creeping up towards 16,000 people now. Visitation, we're at around 80,000 this year. Just for our school holiday events last week, we had 95 people in attendance for a Lego day. 43 people out at Byfield. Emu Park is happening at the moment, so we'll see what their stats are. We run 74 events this year with just over 2,000 attendees across all of those events. That's not just children's events, but that was everything. And this resourcing of a children's services library assistant will allow us to increase that from about 5 events a month to hopefully double that, at least as we get up and running.
Any more questions?
Just an observation, Mr. Chairman. Going back some years ago, I think it became noticeable that when we were developing and we sought additional people to do the work, it was a grant that usually got us there. It started off that the grants became full-time positions, then it became 50%, and then it whittled down to the point that we had to look after the people themselves. So we've got to be very mindful that when we get grants, it's not the next leg to permanency, and if it's not absolutely necessary, and I'm not saying it's not, if it's not absolutely necessary, we've got to be very mindful of how this can happen, because in that case that I was talking about, not only was there a position that we had to fulfill because people had become so accustomed to the service, and good service at that, but then there was an office, and then there was a car, and then there was something else, and it kind of grew legs. So we just got to be very mindful. I don't want to burst your bubble, but I just want to make you aware that what we are facing on this side of the table as to how we try to think things ahead so that we can divert or take alternative action to get what we want anyway, you know? Yeah, we always get what we want. Thank you.
Any
Thanks,
other
Mr.
questions? No? Councillor Friend, you want to speak for?
I just think that Casey and Molly have actually explained it very well and why this position is required. You know, our whole community relies on our libraries, and they seem to be the heartbeat of our community, along with volunteers in our community. And so this is a position that's absolutely needed, and we need to do it. Thank you.
Councillor Friend, are you okay?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Do you need a moment, Councillor Friend?
No, I'm fine. I'll leave it to the Mayor to say anything.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we can, did you want to conclude?
We can conclude this matter.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and I'd just like to speak for, I just think it's a great, something that we need to do as council. Community is growing. I do remember a report, Casey, you were saying we're getting 3,000 books a year coming into our libraries.
3,000 people.
3,000?
Yeah.
3,000 people?
300. Is that the stat? 300 people a day?
300. I heard something about 3,000 books for growing libraries. But anyway, it may not be the case. But we do have a we do have a growing community.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Just pull my sugar out of thin air.
I think we have 40,000 books.
So you know, it's a growing community. We need to do service our community as best as we can. So I think it's a great step forward. Let's put it to the vote. Those, no, sorry. Those against?
No, I'd like to speak for it. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Councillor Eastwood.
Thank you. Look, yes, libraries are an integral part of, I guess, our social and cultural fabric here on the coast. And you guys are too young to know, but when we first moved up here from the Gold Coast, my kids were in between the Yapuna and Emu Park Library, were in there for an hour or two every afternoon after school. It's when your mum was working there, Councillor Walcott, and it helped develop their regard for learning and for books and for adventure. So it's a really, really important part of our community, and obviously as we grow we're going to need more staff and better buildings, and yeah, it's just exciting actually. And,
Anybody else would like
on
to?
that matter, I probably need to declare a conflict of interest in this one if I can.
Yes.
Just for the table's benefit and just for the staff here at the library. So my father regularly goes to the library every day to read the free Australian newspaper, and at times can antagonise the staff a little bit, but they love to entertain him, and he very much appreciates the relationship that he has with the library there. So if we can accept that conflict, just thought I'd put it out there, because he would very much love to think that the library's going to go from strength to strength,
Yes.
and continue the free newspapers that he enjoys very much. Thank you.
Right. Anybody else? Anyone speaking against? Speaking for? Let's put it to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, unanimously. Thank you, Casey. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Just pass it over to the Mayor.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks, Councillor Walker. My fellow councillors and Mr CEO and staff, it's just been made public that a dear friend of Central Queensland in the local government family, Mr Neil Fisher, has sadly passed away late yesterday afternoon, I believe. And so I actually got a call last night about this, but it wasn't really public at that point, so it would seem this morning that it has been publicised. So I can only imagine that each of you have got a different connection with your time that you've shared with Mr Neil Fisher, and I know I certainly have, but if anybody would like to say a few words, by all means, please feel free to, and then perhaps we might have a minute's silence at the end if you're okay with that, just out of respect for Neil and his beautiful family and his young children. So.
Mr Mayor, I can't stop crying, obviously, because he's such a beautiful soul. Neil, I had a lot to do with in the last 4 years through Lawmac, and he was the one that met with me and convinced me to join Lawmac, and I kept saying, no, my portfolio's too heavy, until the former mayor one day said, oh, give it a go. So I couldn't get out of it. Now, Neil was generous, exciting. His passion for the waste sector and for his colleagues in all sectors throughout Queensland just shone through. It was infectious, and he will be terribly missed. So for those watching, I am crying and I can't stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Friend. I know it would mean a lot to Neil's family. Absolutely.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that opportunity. During amalgamation, I worked with Neil for 5 years, and I found he never had a mean bone in his body. He'd put up an argument, he'd go around it a few times if he had to win it, but he was always very amicable with his compliments, very friendly, very generous with his advice, and as Andrea says, he will be missed. He leaves a great void because it's from a wonderful family, and I think we just have to go looking for those little snippets in our newspapers from now on. But thank you for the opportunity, but I know that this is only the beginning of all those tributes. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor.
And Mr Mayor, I could probably just say a few words. I only knew over the last 6 or 7 years, but just always found him to be such a gentleman. Just got an absolute lovely demeanour about him, and always willing to have a chat and to give advice, and he will definitely be sorely missed from the whole the gardening community, the Rockhampton community, and the whole Central Queensland community are going to miss him. So
Absolutely. I was thinking, you know, they say, or maybe Pat, you might relate to this, but like they say that only a surfer knows the feeling, and it's in some ways it's like only a councillor knows the feeling of what it's like to actually be a councillor. I don't mean to say that it to just exclude anybody else, but unless you've done it, it's a really unique sort of a role that Neil, he approached that role with so much passion, and it struck me every time I spoke to him. You know, the few times I'd like to talk about the footy or something, Neil would be talking about Allmac, and man, he just lived and breathed it, and the community will really miss a wonderful champion of the Rockhampton community, Rockhampton Council. Man, every day he got out of bed and he put on his councillor boots and he absolutely walked and marched to the beat of local government, and I'm sure that he's going to be fondly missed. And I guess on behalf of the Livingstone Shire Council, all our community, we thank you for your collaboration, your friendship, your forthrightness, your determination, and our prayers and care goes out to the family that's left behind. Perhaps we'll leave it at that. Maybe just have a pause of silence for a while if we can. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Warren. I'll hand back to you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Ballet. We just do have one late item on the agenda left. This is the 11.4 additional sponsorship allocation round 1. Thanks, Molly.
Thank you, Chair. So as you are all aware, we have been looking into a destination event where we have $50,000 already in the budget allocated for that purpose. After participating in previous committee discussions, budget workshops, etc., this report's been provided to present an alternative option for that $50,000 spend. So the recommendation there outlines how that $50,000 could be allocated if so choose to a range of events that were successful in round 1 rather than dedicated to a destination event alone. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Molly, I have a couple of questions through the chair. So could you explain to us the difference between a destination event and a locally sponsored event?
Sure. So we tend to call them general events. So a general event are the ones that you typically think of, the ones that we see year in, year out. A destination event is not necessarily based on attendance. It's based on, I don't have the strategy in front of me, but it's things like provokes multi-night stays, attracts 25% out of region visitors, have existing relationships or deals with local accommodation providers for that multi-night stay, and it capitalises on one of the things that's outlined in the strategy as one of our key differences as a location. And for us, that's things like the water, the islands, and that it's a unique event, that it's specialised or only happens in this area of that type. So the destination event has a different set of criteria than our general events. Yes, and that's why there's a separate budget allocation, and it's not through the criteria process of all the other applications that we get for general events.
So Molly, in the officer's recommendation in the agenda, it has changed slightly. I imagine that the Capricorn Village Festival is now getting 20,000, is that correct?
This is the most current version.
17.
So 17. We had already, I've got the figures, and later in the report it shows what those events had already been approved for. So those amounts there would be an additional allocation, but it would mean that there is not 50,000 for a destination event. So this spells out, if we choose not to have a destination event that we invest that whole amount in, then that 50,000 could be dispersed into our general events fund.
And am I right in saying that the CQU have pulled out of major sponsorship for the Village Festival?
I've asked a number of questions. All I can determine at the moment is that CQU are not the naming sponsor. However, they have promoted they are an educational partner. I'm not sure of the dollar amounts. I haven't been able to determine that as yet, but I'm more than happy to share that as soon as I get that information.
Certainly. Just all these questions to clarify. I have no problem with this. I most likely will vote for it. But with the Village Festival itself, CQU have pulled out funding. I see this year they are selling tickets at $29 each for Pseudo Echo and all those other great musicians that will be here on the Capricorn Coast. A couple of questions with that. Where will the 17,000 go, do you know, for sponsorship, or we just hand it over and it's up to them?
For the event. They
For
must
the
spend it on the event. From last year's figures, the Village Festival showed that their cost to run the festival was around the $300,000 mark. So that's 17 on top of the 13 that we'd already given them would form part of that 300,000. And they are selling tickets for that one night, whereas all the other events are unticketed.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that.
So it's just for the Pseudo Echo event. As far as I'm aware, all the other events, Bell Park, the Blues, all of those other things aren't ticketed.
Thank
A
you.
move, if you'd like. Chair,
Second, if nobody else.
Yep.
That's what anyone on the committee wants to second.
Councillor Eastwood, second that.
Can I just ask one question?
Sure.
The Frenchville Sports Club, the Fitzroy River Bash, what is that? Are they the ones just running it? Is that where do we come into?
They use, you're allowed to fish in our shire as well. I can't remember the exact area, but it includes part of our shire in the competition. So Frenchville are the organisers, but the event itself includes part of our shire.
Yeah, perfect.
And just for a little bit of context, last year the Fitzroy River Bash received 10,000 from us. This year we'd already given them 4, so this would be an additional one, taking it to 5. So it is still less than what we'd given previously.
Question through the chair to Molly. Is this going to be an annual event for the sponsorship from council, or is it just a one-off, or are we going to be looking at further destination events in the future?
So at the moment this is a one-off now decision. However, we have a workshop scheduled with Mayor and councillors on the 8th of July to discuss those very things, councillor. That's where we can make a determination about whether we're going to seek a destination event any further, or that allocation becomes part of our general allocation, or there may be a multitude of other options that we have. So that workshop's scheduled for the 8th of July, where we can certainly discuss that in detail and come up with a plan so that we're not, you know, we've got a set plan going forward that we can stick to.
Lovely, thank you.
Sorry, just through the chair, one more, sorry. You're saying it's a once-off. Now, have you spoken, I know we've had the King of Kings in previous month, and we've spoken about that, and there was the thought that they could go elsewhere. Now, have they been spoken to, and if so, or have they agreed on that that's what we're giving them, or are they still the option it could be off the table?
They know that it's all under consideration, but they've made it clear that their pitch was 50,000 for 3 years, and that's their preferred outcome. I could not tell you, and they haven't alluded to whether they will
And that
stay
goes
on.
on to the next one. If they do pull out and they go elsewhere for whatever reason, that 15,000, could that be allocated to against someone else, or is that going to next year? Or
My recommendation would be that if they decline that offer, that 15,000 would be added to round 2. So the next round of applications. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions? No. Anyone speaking for?
Just to probably provide some commentary around it, it became clear to me over the last few weeks, notwithstanding the exciting event that the King of Kings is, that perhaps it for me wasn't what I was prepared to support as our destination signature event. So that led to exploring what other options we had, and I think what's been put before us through the officer there, Molly, it tries to cover all bases. It does support the King of Kings to the similar costings it was last year, which allowed them to be a success, and hopefully it will continue the success. And it also distributes the balance of that $35,000 to some terrific local community events that have been well supported by the community. It supports the broader number of perhaps, I don't like to say the word consumers, but participants in those events. It's very family friendly, whether it be the Village Fest or the Running Fest or the wonderful Pine Fest. They're all family friendly and can accommodate the broader community. So I think we've learned a lot through this process, and it doesn't lock us in, for a 3-year agreement, or it will be absolutely drilling into more depth, perhaps the possibility of a signature event, but what actually is that signature event? If council chose to go that way, in the absence of that, this is a good place to land, and I'm sure those events will be super successful as a result of council's support. I commend it to the table.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor for? Councillor Easton?
Yeah, I totally agree with what Mr Mayor has said. We're a diverse culture with lots of different events. I'm just not sure whether we should be spending it all on the one event. I love it that we've got all sorts of types of events, whether they're sport, music, culture, community. They all have their little niche, and it's just really important because I think we pride ourselves on being a community that loves its diverse cultural aspects, and so I'm happy that the money gets shared across a broader range of criteria and groups and events. So yeah, I'm really happy to support this one. I think it's a move in the right direction.
Anyone speaking for? Councillor Frank?
I'll speak for. Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'm voting for this today because it was a shock to me to realise that CQU have reduced their funding for the Village Festival, which is such an important event on our calendar each year, and it's just grown to be an amazing thing to happen and for the public to attend. I'm also in favour of these other organisations as well receiving part of the funding that was earmarked for a signature event. However, my caveat would be that we do need to look at destination events, which are completely different to localised events, those that are actually promoted nationally and those that will put us on a national scale. So even though I'm voting for this today, and I think they're all very worthy, and I congratulate them on what they do for our community, we must remember that other LGAs such as Rockhampton have Rocky Nats, they have Beef Week, they have many other destination events, and this is what we need to aim for eventually, a destination event. So I will vote for this today, all worthy, but certainly we need to move forward on a destination event for our Shire. Thank you.
Anybody else speaking for? All right, let's put it to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks, Molly.
Thank you.
That brings us to the close of Recreation and Culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thanks. Good afternoon, councillors, staff and people watching on live stream. I'm going to be attempting my first chair of the Development and Environment Committee, and as by meeting rules, I'll elect myself as the chairperson and ask for someone to second. Yep, Councillor Eastwood. We've got everyone present. I'll make an apology for Councillor Watson, who's still unwell and wasn't able to make this meeting. And also we've got an apology from Councillor Walcon for 3 o'clock. He's got a flight to Brisbane, so we're aware that he'll be leaving probably halfway through this meeting. No, there's no any declarations of interest and matters in the following. Everyone's read the yep, the minutes on development of that the minutes of the Development and Environment Committee held on the 4th of June be taken and read and adopted as a correct record.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Move.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Now we're going to go. We've got a couple of deputations this morning. This afternoon.
Sorry, Councillor, I was just going to, after the proposed and second, just record the vote.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yep. We'll just record.
Yeah.
That was unanimous, Mr. Chairman.
All in favour? Yep, sorry, thank you. All good. Now we've got a couple of deputations. The first one is on BirdLife in Capricornia, and I'd like to get Councillor Friend to introduce our guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Alan Briggs from BirdLife Capricornia has joined us this afternoon, and Alan is also one of the attendees at the Environmental Task Force. At a past Environmental Task Force meeting, we discussed the importance of allowing the new council to understand how development and human impacts can affect the migratory birds and the shorebirds. Alan would like to inform our new councillors and remind those of us that served previous tenure of the importance of our living coast. Introduce Mr. Alan Briggs.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to address the council about this very important matter that we believe everybody needs to know about, and we need to do something about it as well. BirdLife Capricornia is a local branch of the national organisation BirdLife Australia, and we have a catchment from right away out of the Northern Territory border. We've got somewhere in 150 members, and we do a lot of bird work around the area, especially migratory shorebirds, which visit all of Australia, but there's lots of places on the Capricorn coast that these shorebirds visit, and so these are some of them. Red-necked stint, eastern curlew, which is the largest shorebird, and bar-tailed godwits. These guys hold the longest non-stop flight of any bird in the world, fly all the way from Alaska to Tasmania in one hop. Right, 13 days on the wing. You know, amazing feat of navigation and endurance. So we've been doing monthly surveys at North Kinka Beach since 2005. Now, when I say North Kinka Beach, that's that area where the Causeway Lake discharges to the sea, and for about 500 metres along the beach from there. And of course now there's a big sand spit there, which is often covered at high tide, and it's been a roosting area for migratory shorebirds for a lot longer than we've been doing surveys. The surveys we do every month, we identify the species and count the number of each species, and then we enter the data into the Queensland Whaler Studies database. All up and down the Queensland coast, there's counters from Moreton Bay all the way up to Cooktown, various locations where shorebirds roost, and there's people on the same day. We all do this count on a high tide every month, all the way up the coast, and all of that data is entered into the Queensland Weather Studies database so that they know what birds are present and they can track trends, which is quite an important database. So all of our information goes into that database.
Three species of birds, are they on our Capricorn coast?
Yeah, there's of the migratory shorebird species, there's 36 species that fly all the way from Alaska and Siberia to the Capricorn coast every year.
They stay here.
And we don't have all of those 36. We have around about 18 of them. So when they come down from Alaska and Siberia, they'll travel down through Mongolia, China, Korea, and down through Papua New Guinea and Indonesia. And then when they get to Australia, some will go down the east coast and some will go down the west coast. And some will go all the way down to Tasmania, and others will hang around just up in the northern areas. And the reason they do that is because their northern breeding areas in Siberia and Alaska, of course, during the northern winter, they freeze over. So there's no food for them. So they have to move or die. And why fly so far? Well, abundance of food in Australia, and what a nice place to visit, you know. But they do come down here every year, and they will travel down the coast, and they use geographic identification for navigation. So they'll know where a river is, where a mountain is, and they use these landmarks. And as they travel down the coast, some will drop off onto individual roost points all the way down the coast, and a lot of them will arrive here. For example, along the coastline here, the major roosts are Corio Bay, and then down on Farmer Beach at Barwell's Creek, and then when we get further down here to Kinka Beach, both North and South Kinka Beach, and then a bit further down, one of the major roosts is at the mouth of the Fitzroy River at Cattle Point. Now, why they choose these locations, of course, is that at places like Corio Bay, there's freshwater creeks running into Corio Bay which bring nutrients, and those nutrients feed the worms, the mollusks, the bivalves and stuff like that these birds feed on. So where you've got those nutrients, you've got an abundance of food, and the birds will feed there. They only feed at low tide, and when the tide comes up, they'll sit on a roost at high tide and wait until the tide goes out again before they'll start feeding. So that's why we've got these important locations, like at the Causeway Lake. That outflow of water there brings nutrients. Then at the other end of Kinka Beach, you've got Kinka Creek, an outflow of nutrients there. The Fitzroy River, massive amount of nutrients. So these birds choose these places because there's plenty of food for them to survive on. And when they get here from Siberia and Alaska, they have lost some of them will have lost up to half of their body weight because they're travelling long distances, and they will actually use up their fat, and some of the birds will start to absorb muscle tissue because all of the fat's gone. So when they get here, they are starving, and they need to feed as much as they can to build up their body strength as well. So these places are very important for them. So this is the results of a survey since 2005, and this is North Kinka Beach beside the Causeway Lake outlet. And you'll see that obviously you expect to see some variations, but generally speaking the trend is disappointingly down. So the blue is the number of birds. The red is the number of birds, and the blue is the number of species. So we've gone from a high of 2006 of 783 birds. That's the total for a year, right? That period of a year. And normally the migratory species will be here from around September through to March, April. And then during the winter months, our winter, we get a very small number of first year birds overwintering. And they overwinter because they're not mature enough to breed. So no point flying all the way back to Alaska and Siberia if you can't breed. So a very small number will actually overwinter. So what we're seeing here is the number of these birds has dropped off to last year only 15. And the number of species has dropped off from a high of 9 there down to 2. So a very steep decline in the number of migratory shorebirds that we find at North Kinka Beach. And there's a number of reasons which I'll enumerate very quickly. Other places like Corio Bay, the numbers there are holding up because there's not so much human disturbance. There is human disturbance there, but it's not as bad as what we're finding at North Kinka Beach.
Alan, do they breed in those areas where they come down the east coast? I mean, they come for food, but do they, and they're not even in good condition to breed, but do they lay their eggs here?
No, they don't breed here at all.
Where do they go for that?
They only breed in Siberia and Alaska.
Even though it's cold, freezing cold.
Well, in the short winter, the short northern winter, which is only 6 to 8 weeks, when the permafrost melts, and but when it does, there's an absolute superabundance of food. The birds can sit on the nest, incubating the eggs, and snap insects out of the air. They're just like a cloud of
food,
of insects, mosquitoes and flies and all sorts of flying insects that they can just. And then the young birds get fed very ample amounts of food, and they grow so quickly. Mind you, they have to, because in 8 weeks' time they have to fly back to Australia, or fly to Australia for the first time.
That's the young ones.
The young ones.
It's true. That's
So the mutton bird, like I'm from Tassie, they come from Alaska and stuff. They do breed.
Yes, they do, but a lot of the mutton birds, they're sort of transpolar flyers. They fly around the southern oceans during the non-breeding season, and then they descend on Tasmania in large numbers. The wedge-tailed shearwater, for example, is a one that does that, and we have them here on our offshore islands, not on the coast, but on the offshore islands. So but it's the shorebirds that are of concern. So they don't breed here; they only breed in the northern hemisphere.
So they get out of Alaska before the winter comes.
Yes.
And they go back, and that's when they have their breeding.
Yeah. So whilst they're here, they're in what we call non-breeding plumage. And when I'll just go back a little bit. All right. This bird is in breeding plumage. This bird is in breeding plumage. This one's not. But whilst they're here, they just look brown and ordinary.
They're beautiful.
And then when, just towards the end of their stay here in March, April, when they're about to fly back to Siberia and Alaska, they will flush up into breeding plumage. At Corio Bay this year we saw a large number of birds which were in breeding plumage, but they were just on their migration. And so when they do this, the hormones kick in, and the plumage flushes up, and then they'll fly back to Siberia, and usually they'll go back to more or less the same area, the same location that they bred previous years. And as soon as they get there, they'll mate, and the female will lay eggs. So when they get there, they are ready to breed, right? The hormones are high, the coloration is high, and they get their male and female. Well, the female chooses a male, the usual situation, and they'll
Smart lady.
they'll mate. She'll lay the eggs, and those eggs have to hatch, and the birds have to grow to a size where they can fly within 6 to 8 weeks. So that's a very short window that they have to.
Tough little devils, aren't
So
they?
that's why they've got to be rearing to go. As soon as they hit that nesting area, they're rearing to go. So some of the causes of decline. This is, of course, the Causeway Lake outlet, and you know, we're seeing a huge increase in the number of people fishing there, as well as along Kinka Beach as well. And you know, human disturbance, these birds can't tolerate that human disturbance, so they move on.
Where would they be at Kinka, at the causeway there? That what they would be disturbed. I mean,
Yes.
it looks all very innocent having the kids out there throwing a line in. Where would the birds be that they would be disturbed?
So along, as you come along the beach here, you go along and there's a sand spit that now channels the water out to sea, and the birds will be along on that sand spit. And of course, all the fishermen go walking out there to fish in the creek and on the seaward side as well.
And takes their food.
Yeah, well, it's just the
Doesn't take their food, it just distracts
number
the
of
bird
people
from
that are
getting
there
their food.
disturb them, and of course they'll just fly away, and that means that they can't feed, unfortunately. So this is another problem. I don't know if you know about this. Powered hang gliders, they take off and land on the spit. Did you know that?
No.
No. So there's this big long sand spit, and they take these powered hang gliders down there, and they'll take off and go flying along the coastline, and then they land back on the spit. And of course, the noise is unbelievable, and the birds can't handle it. They just woof, go. You know, so that's another impact. Drones. This was taken at the Causeway Lake. This is a guy flying a drone, and we know that these drones in the air, the birds just because it's something strange and unusual, they think it's a bird of prey. All right, and they'll skedaddle and go. They won't hang around because this, you know, what they think is a bird of prey can come down and take them and eat them.
Well, it's all foreign to them, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
all foreign. The
Oh, it
noise,
is.
the
It is.
structure and
Yeah.
everything.
It's totally totally foreign.
You know
Kinka
about
Beach.
these blokes.
A couple of kids on motorbike. So that's another impact. Of course, these birds will hang around the edge of the sea where the water's coming in, and at low tide, when the tide's out, it exposes the mud flats where you get the worms and the mollusks and the bivalves. And what happens is that some birds will take food from the surface, and you saw that other bird before, the curlew's got a big long bill, and he'll probe right down into the mud, and he's got sensors on the end of his bill, and he'll probe down into the mud, and he can feel bivalves moving and worms moving in the mud, and then he'll grab one and pull it out and eat it. So he can get food right down in the mud, but other birds with shorter bills don't go so deep, and so they're not competing with each other for food. So this is another problem with disturbance on the beach. And then of course recreational use, as people walk their dogs. Of course the council bylaw is that they're supposed to have them on a leash, but look at this guy. He's got one of these ball throwing things, and there's a tennis ball there, and the dogs aren't on a leash at all, and he'll throw those, you know, whack, ball will go down the beach and the dogs go chasing, and then they'll spot, if there's spot a group of shorebirds, they'll go and chase them as well. So disturbance on the beach from dog walking. I mean, if people with dogs were to keep them on a lead, that wouldn't be a problem because they'd be under control. It's when they run off and chase the birds, that's when the disturbance occurs. So there's a number of impacts, and of course, as the as the population increases and as development continues, then this disturbance becomes more of a problem. And I suppose it's a complex situation, but I think we have to try and get a balance. We can't just allow the native wildlife to be sacrificed for human population growth. We need to try and get a balance so that we can conserve those and have that as well as a viable community for people to live in. So we do have international agreements signed by the Australian government with foreign governments, and these agreements are for the protection and conservation of migratory birds and their important habitats. So the Japan-Australia Migratory Bird Agreement. China, the China-Australia Migratory Bird Agreement. Republic of Korea, Australia Migratory Bird Agreement. We've got these agreements with, and of course, these locations are on the flyway. We have what we call the East Asian Australasian Flyway, where these birds fly down, and these countries are major countries on the route. So Australia has signed these agreements with those countries to protect shorebird habitats.
Just another 5 minutes. We've just got to try and wrap it up.
Yeah,
I know
sure.
you can talk all day, and I'm really interested. I'm just trying to
I'm just about finished anyway.
Perfect. Thanks.
So there is these international agreements, and I would suggest that this does place some onus of responsibility on councils to do something about protecting those environments where these birds are roosting and feeding. So here are some more of these birds. These are whimbrels, a fairly large bird with a down curved bill. These ones are called ruddy turnstones, very attractive. You often see these guys on rocks, as you can see there. They're called turnstones because they feed by flicking stones over and defining worms and mollusks and whatever underneath the stones. This one is this one's critically endangered. It's a curlew sandpiper, slightly down-turned bill. So that's about it. Just a bit of information. I hope that makes you think a bit more about the impact of development and population growth in the area, and maybe consider some actions to try and stop the decline in these birds, because if we don't do something, they're not going to be here at all. They'll disappear, because if they're displaced, for example, from Kinga Beach, there's other places they can go. For example, they can go from North Kinga Beach to South Kinga Beach, but the food at South Kinga Beach is only able to support a certain number of birds. So if these birds go from there to there, then they're competing with the birds that are normally there, and some of them will die because there won't be enough food for them. So it's not just a question of moving elsewhere. They will have a severe impact on the population. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to ask Alan, what time of year do they arrive?
They arrive here in September, early September. Some will arrive late August. For example, the eastern curlew will arrive late August, but generally speaking, the majority of them will arrive in September. And what will happen is there's about 8 million of them visit Australia each year. Not all of them come down here, of course, but what will happen is there'll be quite a large number of them flying along the coastline, not stopping here, but carrying on all the way down as far as Tasmania. Some of them will stop here and others will carry on further down. So yes, September is when they arrive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And,
Thank you.
Move, Mr.
I'm
Chair.
a big bird fan, so I'm very impressed. I enjoy reading a lot about birds, so thank you.
Good, good. I'm pleased to hear that.
Very, very good.
We need these little blokes
So,
around doorstep,
I'll
don't
move,
we?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get a second? Yep. Councillor.
Thank you.
Oh.
Pleasure.
Ah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come in there.
I think we're just going to wait for Christine McDonald to come in.
We have
Oh,
to.
yeah. Oh, sorry. What am I putting that to vote? Yeah. That the committee recommends the council that the deputation be received. All in favour?
Who was I moved in second?
Oh no, we've already got a move.
Oh, you got it.
Council Friend and Mayor Bello seconded, and we've got two in favour. And now I'd like for our second deputation to introduce Christine McDonald to introduce our next guest, please.
Hey Adam.
Hello, good to
How
see
are
you.
you?
Good to see you.
Good afternoon, councillors, CEO, Mayor. So I'd like to introduce from Koala Territory Foundation, Dr. Flavia Santamaria and Dr. Ralph Schlagloff. Forgive me for I've made my apologies for any mispronunciation. They're here to talk about their deputation and proposal to establish a wildlife hospital at Glenlee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and on behalf of our board, thank you for allowing us to make this presentation today. I acknowledge the Rumble people as the traditional owner of the area that we are looking at occupying with our hospital. I'm the CEO of the Koala Territory Foundation. Flavia is the chair, and we do have a board, of course, who can't be here today because they're spread across the country. This is an opportunity for our council, I say our council because I live in the same council, to be part of a very visionary project, a koala/wildlife hospital. Thank you. That's what the chair is there for. So for a reasonable small input, taking up a lease of a already existing lease, that's all we are asking for from council. So we're not looking for a huge financial contribution or anything like that. However, we do like some extra money because we are not-for-profit and totally dependent on donations. Koala Wildlife Hospital, Capricornia. That should move on, doesn't it? My apologies, technologies.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we have one? So, quick talk about the current situation. You're probably all aware that the koala is an endangered species now, Australia-wide, apart from Victoria, but definitely in Queensland and New South Wales and the ACT. Can we have, oh, sorry. This is a snapshot of our local area, I would say central Queensland. We're concerned with koalas and the wildlife in general in central Queensland. We do have koalas just north of Rockhampton, Shoalwater Bay, St Lawrence, Marlborough, down south, Mount Larcombe as well. A few bigger populations up towards Mackay, and then some in Springshaw and spread it around. The reason why we don't have more is not only because there are possibly fewer, it's a huge, vast area. And both Flavia and I, we do the research, we're koala ecologists. I travel these areas sometimes days on end looking for our furry friends. As I said, they are now officially endangered, but the koalas are dropping in numbers. That's now well established by CSIRO as well. and we do research with CSIRO as well. Can I have another one, please?
Yeah, sorry. Just a swap of. I've got a new job now. I'm happy. Okay.
What we're missing up here is a dedicated facility to treat koalas and other wildlife as well. Down in southeast Queensland, there are a number of wildlife hospitals. That is because there is the attention there. There's the human population. Koalas are in a much smaller areas, lots of cars driving over them. If there's an injured or a diseased koala, people find them. Up here, that's not so prevalent, okay? We just finished a research project. We looked at a database of a wildlife carer up west of Mackay. There were 238 koalas over 6 years that got admitted. We also interviewed any stakeholder in central Queensland that deals with koalas, be it veterinarians, vet nurses, wildlife carers, sanctuaries. We talked to Coolbury Park up here. And they all said that the urgent care and cause of mortality is similar to what's happening in southeast Queensland, but we're just not aware of it as much because the human population is relatively low. So the issues are the same, and the analysis of our data showed that 70% of the animals were euthanized that came in. And the response from all these stakeholders was that this degree of euthanasia is because there are no resources, there are no facilities, there is a lack of training, a lack of funding, okay? In southeast Queensland, that wouldn't happen because you've got dedicated wildlife hospitals. Okay, can I have the next one, please? We submitted that paper, it's currently under review. There's a case study here, just so you know what these cute animals look like, because living up here, you might not have seen them in the wild, okay? That's one in Nebo, and it was suffering from chlamydia, which is a sexually transmitted disease. Lots of koalas have that. However, if they get stressed, which can be because they get injured or they don't have enough food or there's a drought or whatever, this disease comes to the forefront, right? And they are found very poor condition of power poles in all sorts of weird places. This one was taken to the Australia Zoo Wildlife Hospital, which is like an 8-hour drive south, or you have to go north 8 hours. There's nothing in between, nothing out west either, okay, with the specialist treatment. So it was taken there and it had to be euthanized. By the time it got there, you know, the poor thing was stressed. The next one, please. This is another one that had chlamydia. You can see the inflamed eye, which is chlamydia either is in the eyes or in the urinary tract. It got released because it only needed minor treatment. So you can help them if you have the right skills, you find them early enough, and so forth. And this one was released with a tag so that it could be followed. That's what we're trying to achieve up here. Generally, the lack of availability of readily accessible, qualified and skilled assistant is what's needed up here. The local vets are not trained. They do want to be trained, but it's not part of their normal training. Okay, you have to have specialized training. And all this impacts on the survival chances of koalas and other wildlife as well. It's a huge region. I travel it quite often with my research. You know, you probably know yourself, you can drive for 5-6 hours and not meet anybody. The closest wildlife hospitals are to the north and south, and 6, 7, 8 hours. If you have road works, it's even longer, not good for an injured animal. All these have devastating outcomes on the injured or sick animals. We really need a local koala and wildlife hospital, and that hospital would offer training. We would work with other veterinarians, train them, they come over here, and so forth. Because we want to see, oh, sorry Flavia, I wanted to point out these cute pictures.
My fault, here we go.
These cute koalas is what we want. And if we see a koala that's injured, we want to be able to help it. Thank you, no, you want move on. So we don't have that facility. We propose the establishment of a koala and wildlife hospital in the Livingstone Shire Council, north of Rockhampton. You all have seen the report. There is a property that might be suitable. It will be a comprehensive centre that will look after the koalas. They might come in via an ambulance. We're looking at having a wildlife ambulance. People can bring them in. We have the trained staff there. It also features support for the wildlife carers, because there are wildlife carers around, but they do it out of the goodness of their heart. They don't have the funding, they don't have the support, so forth. That hospital would do that. The ambulance I've already said, and we want to have a bit of a fodder plantation, because koalas are very picky eaters. They don't just eat any eucalypt, so you've got to have the constant supply there as well, and that property we're looking at does supply that. There is a koala that was injured by a collision with a car, I think, or attacked by a dog.
No, that's a car.
That was a car. And this one had disease, and you can see it's got a wet bottom. That means it's got chlamydia. Okay.
Unfortunately, that's the thing, right? People say, oh, koalas in central Queensland are all healthy. That's not true. We have travelled many kilometres and we've seen many koalas that have got chlamydia. So one koala's got chlamydia, the whole, the whole group will have chlamydia because they pass it on when they mate. That's the issue.
Thank you. Our vision is to create a state-of-the-art wildlife hospital and training facility which will serve as a beacon of hope for the survival and well-being of koalas and other wildlife in central Queensland. And we are looking for a property to lease, and potential property that we looked at is the trust land at Glendale. We are not for profit, so we don't want to spend $500,000, $1 million on a property when that money can and could go towards the hospital and rehabilitation where it's needed to provide that treatment to the injured and sick koalas. We would have advanced medical equipment, which normal vets don't have. We also have links to the hospitals down south, so we would have expert knowledge at hand as well. They would come up and visit as well. So therefore we increase the chances of survival of koalas and other wildlife from that 30% to hopefully reversing that trend. It's a training facility for students. CKU has animal care and biology. Townsville has vet sciences, and they for sure would bring people down to learn on the job, on wildlife basically. And we want to retain people here. A lot of people move down south because it's better living, better chance of making money. Well, we want to keep them here. Also contribute to research and conservation efforts. When you have a wildlife hospital, you've got all these animals coming in. There are opportunities to do research, a whole array of research. We do it ourselves, but there are other, diseases and community. You can study the community, how people engage, how people change. We do a lot of research with large property owners, cattle farmers. There are a lot of them that love their koalas, and they call us in, check out how our population is it diseased, and so forth. So the passion is there, you just need to kindle that a bit more. Educational programs for students from public, private high schools. They could come in, the Community School already said, oh, that's interesting, we can come as neighbours, come in and learn something, and there might be opportunities maybe for a cafe in the future for fundraising, and they've got catering training and what have you. So there's all sorts of things. We're also looking at opportunities for teens at high risk, because if you engage teenagers in hands-on caring, that has a whole array of other benefits for their general lives. We want to work with the Indigenous community, and there's other opportunities. That once you're operational, there's opportunities for other fundraising. This is attached to the report. I just took a snippet of something that doesn't have to look exactly the same, depends on what is available on the land, but that's basically the outline of the hospital. You can do the next one. There are some treatments room. I'm not going to go through all this. You can look at that in the report. But it is a professional setup of the highest standard. Thank you. Obviously, as I said before, there is an opportunity to liaise and work with council. We had preliminary discussions, that's why we are here. The site seems to be feasible at Glenlee. The property is zoned I think you're the caretakers of it for state government. University collaboration, we both work at university. We do research there. There's other people that would love to do the research. James Cook, we do envisage a strong collaboration with any of that. The wildlife and carers community, they're crying out for some professional facility, and there's community involvement, which is very important, because if you want koala conservation, you need to work with the whole community, landholders, council, university, and so forth. We've already met with Brittany Lauer. She's very supportive. We met with Steve Miles and Cameron Dick. They are aware of it. We spoke to Leanne Linnett, and she's very keen to get our latest research, because they love to have figures of injured koalas and so forth. So as soon as our paper is accepted, we're going to go back to them and talk to them. And we talked to people from DESI, including the Director General there. They're all supportive in principle, they're aware of it. And we work with another foundation called the Ordinata Foundation, who's trying to leverage industry support funding. And we do talk to big companies like wind generating companies, industry of the extractive industry, and so forth, because they might feel an obligation to compensate for some of the damages they do. And increased traffic means more koalas on the road, and so more cars on the road, more ability to detect injured wildlife. In conclusion, we see it as a crucial endeavour to save and protect our precious wildlife. We want to look after the injured ones. We're empowering the local community by what we're doing. We're promoting education opportunities, linking with the universities, Indigenous people and so forth. And we want to safeguard the future of koalas and other native wildlife in Secute, because we want to see more pictures like that, not sick or injured or dead koalas. So thank you for your time and for listening to us. That's our logo, that's the hospital logo. These are my details, but you guys have them anyway. Happy to answer some questions now, or otherwise email or...
Yes. Dawson Road at Glendale. Have you got a place out there? Have you already? Because
Yeah, the place is, we haven't got it yet, but we've been speaking to council. There is a parcel of land that's currently occupied or semi-occupied by the school and by the fire brigade, but 90% of the parcel is still undeveloped. We're not looking at removing lots of vegetation. We had a look there. It can fit in amongst what's there. That's the site we're looking at, and I think council was in principle very supportive of the idea. And the location is good for us because it's on the highway, basically, halfway between Townsville and halfway between South, where the existing facilities are. And that's why we want to cut down the time it takes and bring the expertise closer to...
Yes, because we've lived in that area for 30 years, never seen a koala there or anywhere in that surrounding, but it's very central. It's very central. I was just wondering because you've got water and everything that you need there, but I was thinking, I don't know whether you'd consider it. See, the jail is just up the road. They've got lots of land that they don't use. They used to have dairy, cattle and produce there. It might be worth your while having to talk to somebody in that department, because they might be able to let you have some of their land.
That could be considered for plantation, for example.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. The plantation doesn't have to be right next door.
They're on the highway too.
Yeah, the highway is koalas have been seen in that general area. They are at the... definitely Marlborough, St. Lawrence and Shoalwater, Oglow, they're there. but we're not targeting naturally these koala populations.
Yes.
We want to bring the expertise,
You want
work with the university,
central-
work
central
with
place.
council.
You have
and-
the university just up the road.
Exactly.
Exactly. So it doesn't have to be, the koalas don't have to be there, right?
Yeah.
Very often koalas require specialist care, and sometimes you might have to bring them down south or north. That cuts down that travel. And really, Rockhampton and Yeppoon are centres that are of a certain size, and accessibility and know-how and all this comes together.
You've got accessibility from north, south, east and west.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we know people from the west sometimes drive with an injured koala 6-7 hours. You know, if they have to go down south, it takes a long
I've
time.
got a friend who's a carer, she tells me all about the animals all the time.
Well, there you go. Any other questions?
I was just curious, there was a gentleman here a little while ago that I thought had started a koala reserve somewhere up at Mount Archer, at the back of Mount Archer. Were you aware of a gentleman by the name of Ian Dunn? He won't mind me sharing his name, and I just wondered whether there'd been, is this a sort of a continuation of that, or is...
No, it's not a continuation.
Okay.
I lead the Koala Research Centre at CQ University, and there was a history some 10 years ago where people tried to muster interest to reintroduce koalas to here and to Rocky, because, as I just said, they're just north and south of here, but they've been, to be honest, they've been shot out in the early 1900s. That's history. So there was some sort of movement to bring them back, and that was Ian, and he had a private property. We were in the group, but introducing koalas or relocating or reintroducing is a very difficult undertaking, extremely expensive. So it's much better to let them naturally come back in than to do something like that. But yes, you're right. That
Yeah, no, it's just good to get an understanding of what's happened in the past, and exciting to hear where you guys are hoping to go in the future.
Yes, thank you for that. And we do have a great vision, and for us it's important to have that commitment to a potential site, because when we go ask funding from a big company, they say, oh, where are you going to put it? And say, oh, we need an extra $1 million to buy some land. They go, oh, another $1 million. They're much more likely to be supportive or responsive if you have some commitment. That's the feedback we get all the time. And that's why we're approaching you guys, and the council having that land there, it's just in the right place at the right time.
Through the chair, doctors,
yes.
how quickly do you need this commitment?
Within the next 3
No,
months.
it's a bit of string.
Yeah.
As soon as possible, as you could, yes.
Yeah.
So we are talking at the moment with state government at the moment. So we got connections that are actually talking to the state government. We know that we don't know where the state government is going to go, but nevertheless, you know, if they commit, it will be a step forward. There is also to say, Adam, that the reason why they wanted to introduce koalas in Rockhampton is because due to the clearing around Rockhampton, koalas can't really move from north or south and coming to Rockhampton. So, you know, having, you know, possibly breaching between the two and having corridors one day, and that's why we started with the Koala Territory Foundation, because we would like to have corridors spreading from north to south where koalas can actually move through naturally. That would be the best solution for a population, you know, of endangered species.
And there are anecdotal reports of koalas coming through from shoal water. They have been seen in Kawarl, for example, but they just haven't fully colonised again.
And I think now's the time to do it, because while you've got virtually untouched vegetation in those areas, you can actually determine where your own corridor is going to be.
That's right. That's what. Yeah.
Because you've got army up there as well. There's a lot of development taking place, but you can actually navigate where the corridor should be.
Yeah. We have worked with the military, looking for koalas all the time. There's lots of things happening, but you know, we're concerned about the injured, sick koalas and other wildlife, because we cannot afford to be losing more, as we already are. And if you ever encountered a sick or injured koala, it's not a nice picture to have. And other wildlife as well.
We've seen what's the results from the fires.
Yes, very.
Yes.
Then the other thing is, why should the South have a hospital and we don't? Question.
Having more koalas down that way.
No, we got lots of koalas up here too.
Yeah.
The thing is, this is a huge area, right? They are the trip over koalas because there is so little environment, so little habitat. We have a bigger habitat. There are koalas here. People don't see them because, you know, actually it's funny. I was at the zoo picking up poo because my research is all about koala poo. I analyze stress, analyze chlamydia, analyze other diseases from the feces. And I was at the zoo, and here comes this family of, you know, non-indigenous people, and they were all looking, oh, see the koala. Here come a family of indigenous people. Here they are. Here it is. Here it is. I'm thinking, that's it. You know, they got it. They can see them. We're not used to see.
Look for.
Yeah, exactly. We are not used to see koalas, but they're actually there.
Educated.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. So we've got move that front. Thank you. And second from Councillor Friend. Thank you.
Do you want to stay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, obviously, move that the committee recommends the council that the deputations be received. All in favour? Councillor Mather, are you in favour?
What are we in favour of, Mr Mayor?
That deputation being received.
Absolutely, thank
That's
you.
unanimous, thank you. While we're here, we might say goodbye to Councillor Walcon.
Yes, thank you.
Make sure you get to your flight on time, mate.
Appreciate that.
No problem. And that's that one. Just the next one. Is it 11.2? 11.1. Oh, okay. 11.1. Request to establish a wildlife hospital on trust land in Glendale.
Thank you very much, councillors. Well, I don't probably have to say much. I think that was the best lead-in we've had to what the report basically covers, but I'll go through the technical aspects. So, as was mentioned in the deputation, there is a block of land that is currently the council's trustee for state land. It's an operational reserve for Pound, Community School and the Royal Fire Brigade are located on that land, and next to that is a large parcel of land known as Lease B that we're requesting that council provide in principle support to for the establishment of the Koala Territory Foundation on that site. That will require notice to community. We've had discussions with them to surrender the existing Lease B area, which will be a formal process, and also, of course, that disposal of a valuable non-current asset will have to come back to council once we've had that trustee lease rescinded to get a resolution of council if Koala Territory Foundation want to enter into a new lease over the Part B site.
Sonia, can we get a picture of the land in question?
Yes, there's a map in the attachment which shows
because you're
the
saying
survey plan, and it also shows where the Koala Foundation wants to go.
Yeah, lease B. Is that already leased by Serenity at the moment?
Correct, at the moment. So, but they would we'd ask them to surrender that.
Why would they do that?
Because
they're
they're
expanding all
using
the
a
time.
councillor.
And I think they also see it as a bonus for them with their what they do.
With their education, yes. Because I know that they're always expanding.
So basically, the part that the Koala Territory one is this one, backwards. And if you go up to the top, there's actually a survey plan just here. So that shows you the Lease A area. That's Serenity School, Royal Fire Brigade, and this is the part that the Koala Territory Foundation.
That's the highway on the right.
Correct, that they would like to
Like
lease.
a big road reserve there.
Rail line.
Yeah.
So the lease A, they don't belong to that at all. Do they lease that at all?
Serenity currently has leases over Lease A and Lease B.
Yeah.
And we would be asking them to surrender this portion, Lease B, which is state land.
But they own lease, they've got lease A at the moment, have they, Serenity?
Correct. Lease A and Lease B, so we've been in discussions with them to surrender lease B
Yeah.
to the Koala Territory
Through,
Foundation.
through the chair, Sonia,
Yes.
Corinity, are they warmed to the idea? Do they?
Absolutely, they see, as our presenters said, that there might be dual purposes, education opportunities for the children to work with them, so
Yes.
they're very supportive, yes.
And I would expect that if the Koala Wildlife Hospital got going, it would be a peppercorn lease from council.
Yes, it would be the same as our current leases
Certainly.
under our community leases,
Yeah.
yes.
I move, Mr Chair.
Second, Mr Chair.
Yep, okay.
Oh, no, I can't.
Why not, G?
I can't. Conflict.
In what way?
I live across the road.
Do you have a pet koala?
So you have
No, I
a
have to
Declare that
relinquish
as
my-
a potential,
Well,
sorry, through the chair.
Yeah.
Did you want to declare that as a conflict of interest, that
yes,
you didn't
yes.
want to participate in the vote, or you wanted us to make a decision?
Well,
I think you're not involved in that. You only live close by. I think that's more of
I
a.
live across
We're
the road.
happy to vote on if we want you to sit in. I'm happy to go with that vote if you
But probably
with
the council,
look,
perhaps.
I think I'll move outside while you do that.
Okay.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah. No. Perfect.
Oh, you just call me, make sure I come back.
Councillor Mather, we'll just confirm for the record, so you're disclosing a declarable conflict of interest due to you living across the road from this proposed
Well,
land transaction?
yeah, we don't live there at the moment, but that's our property across the road.
Okay,
Yeah.
for that reason, and you will exclude yourself from the vote?
Yes,
Yes?
I will. I wasn't
Okay,
aware
well, just
that it
for
was
the
so
minutes,
close.
that's all.
Yeah.
You see?
That's
Wasn't aware
fine.
it's so close. Thank you.
Right.
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got councillor Frank moving it and councillor Eastwood seconding it.
Oh, yes, I'll second this.
You happy with that?
Absolutely.
All,
If you don't want it, I will.
No, too late.
we're right to just go. All in favour?
I'm happy to
Oh,
speak
you
to it.
speak. Perfect. Thank you.
Unless I'll wrap up, I'll reserve the right to wrap up if you
Yeah,
wish to
well,
speak
you're
to it,
moving, you
councillor
can wrap
Eastwood.
up.
Yeah, look, I'll just speak to it very briefly. Look, wildlife habitat is just so important to this area, and particularly I guess the decline of numbers due to disease and injuries within our area. And it's true. Like you walk through the bush, you don't see koalas in this area, and I'm sure that there've been over the years there's been a gradual decline because of the like we were talking about before, with human habitat, roads, trains, disease. I remember spending some time in Victoria when I was young, and I actually come across my first koala in a bottle shop, and it was inside a bottle shop at Phillip Island, which there seems to be hundreds of koalas there, and was walking along the top knocking off bottles, and the staff didn't know what to do, they were just falling down. But yeah, that koala was having a ball all the time, but we need to make sure that our koalas here do get the right treatment. And look, this is a great opportunity for council to be involved in something that for the future is could even become in the future even a tourism aspect. So great thing, and I support it wholeheartedly.
I'll just say I'm for it as well, just before I get you to wrap up, Councillor Friend. Yeah, I think it's a perfect concept. I think a wildlife hospital in this area is something that should have been done many years ago, but what an opportunity we have to bring this into our area. Like Councillor Eastwood just said, it's not just about these animals. People need to come to these areas for the wildlife, and I think we've had the deputation on the birds, now we've got one on the hospital with koalas. I think it's a perfect chance to promote this hospital, and only the wildlife are going to be the benefits from it. Thank you, Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Chairman of the Standing Committee. I'd just like to thank the doctors for their deputation today. I think this is so important because it predominantly koalas and other wildlife. I do know our wildlife carers are doing it tough and there is just so much that we need to assist with. I think Central Queensland is the perfect opportunity to help alleviate the stress on the travel of the animals down south. Not only that, last tenure we agreed to lease on land for a turtle rehabilitation centre here at the Causeway Lake as well. And I'd like Livingstone Shire Council, in my time with Livingstone, to leave a legacy and to assist your important work and to help the community understand the diversity of our fauna in this area and along the coastline. So I'm all for it, and I'm thrilled that you have brought this to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also talking to Joe Stoyle about the turtles, we've already, so our vets will also look after the turtles that are rescued, so we will have synergies. And so then they will be taken to Joe, the centre, and rehabilitated. But if there is any aspect of operations and things like that, we will look after that and then, take them back. So,
Perfect, Doctor. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. That's encouraging to hear.
Thank you. So we've got mover and seconder, and all in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
We're going to go to the next one, which is 11.2. The local.
You just better get Councillor Mabel.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh, thank you.
Better get Councillor Mabel. Sorry. How did I get you? Okay, 11.2 Local Housing Action Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, councillors. So the local housing action plan is a state government requirement across councils that LGAQ has been leading, and so we've been developing this since July last year, and it's obvious that all of Australia at the moment is in a housing crisis, and there are limited actions that councils can do, but there are some that we can do, and we've already been doing some of those, but this plan actually steps out what we intend to do in the future and how we can try to help alleviate some of the issues locally, because we're the ones on the ground and we're the front facing, particularly the community centre, in which these areas, what the problem is. I suppose it must be mentioned that in the local housing action plan, many of the actions identified are state and federal government actions, and will only happen when they actually do take these steps to enforce them. They're the ones with the money, not local government. But there's things we can do, like we have done with Anglicare, gifting land, advocating for different things. So that's what's detailed in the actual local housing action plan. That was workshop with councillors a few weeks ago, and also another part of this is also to endorse the CQ ROC motion to LGAQ. So part of what we need to do to be able to actually undertake the actions in the local housing action plan is to have the resources to actually deliver them, and we don't really have them. We're already stretched in-house. So we're asking the state to actually put local housing action plan officers from the state within the Central Queensland region to help those actions happen and advocacy for those actions to happen. So that's the second part of the report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Through the chair. Sonia, I see in the report that CQ ROC, I've sent through a notice of motion for the LGAQ conference, thanks to your assistance and help with that particular motion. And I see that in the report it states that the CQ ROC are willing to support that motion. When will that motion come to the table, or in ratifying today's resolution, is it then going to the next council meeting?
If it's ratified today, it'll become part of the recommendations for the committee meeting, yes.
Certainly, and will it also, the recommendations for the ordinary meeting, will it note the, I just can't see the actual resolution that was the one that I put forward and that CQ Rock will be advocating support for.
Endorse the CQ Rock motion to LGAQ advocating support for local government.
Councillor Friend.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Attachment 2.
It's attachment 2. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Councillor Friend, I wasn't sure what you were referring to. I thought you meant the actual recommendation.
So is that now to be, through the chair, is that particular notice of motion for CQ Rock, for the, start again, LGAQ yearly conference, is that now going to not be from Livingstone but to be from CQ Rock?
Mr. Chairman, I think generally speaking those collateral ones will be jointly sponsored. And obviously CQ Rock representing all 6 councils including Livingstone, but I think the record will show that it was initiated by Livingstone and endorsed by CQ Rock.
Lovely, thank you very much. Thanks for answering.
Okay, any other questions? So we're, the committee recommendation obviously that the committee recommends the council to resolve 1, adopt the local housing action plan as guiding vehicle for council's response to the housing crisis, and 2, endorse the CQROC motion to LGAQ advocating support for local government housing resources.
Move, Mr. Chair.
Move Councillor Friend and second Councillor Mather. All in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you. Go to the next one, which is 11.3, the implementation of our Livingstone's Coastal Hazard Adaptation Strategy. And we have, how are you?
Good afternoon, everybody. This report is really for your information. So the only thing I'm seeking is that the committee identifies that you've been informed about the progress on the strategy, and that those notes be noted by you. So essentially this report is around the implementation of our Coastal Hazard Adaptation Strategy, named Our Living Coast. We adopted the strategy in 2021, and we do have an implementation action plan foreseeing the recommendations of that strategy implemented. And we are progressing well according to that implementation plan. The item I have identified in the report for your attention is simply that the shoreline erosion management plan we see as important for Putney Beach on Great Keppel Island hasn't happened yet. So we're just a little bit out of sync in timing for that. And I think at the time we envisaged that it could be incorporated as part of the project the state government is undertaking for the revitalisation of Great Keppel Island. So I just mentioned there that the master plan has been released, and then there is some reference to that erosion management in that master plan, but it could be a couple of years away before we get to the stage where they've identified a erosion study to be done. Other than that, things are progressing well. We'll be looking at the implementation plan in the next couple of months to update that. By about September we should have an update and working with our technical working group about the next projects to be implemented from the strategy. So happy to answer questions.
Any questions? We've got a move from Councillor Eastwood, second. I'm happy to second that. Any questions? Oh, good. So we'll just have I'll just try to read that out. That the committee recommends that the council that the update report and implementation of actions in our Livingstone's Coastal Hazard Adaptation Strategy be received and the contents noted. All in favour?
Should I?
Oh, you want to? Sorry.
Too slow. Too slow.
No, you can have
We voted.
Sorry.
You just got to slow down.
Did you call out unanimous, Mr. Chair?
Yes, unanimous.
Because if you didn't,
Well,
there
I
was still a
didn't
chance.
put my hand up.
You were sitting right next to me, you can kick me. Right, sorry. Next one, 11.4, the actions within shoreline management plan implemented, sorry.
Thank you. And this is an outcome from the CHAS, so perhaps Councillor Eastwood's question will still be appropriate for this one. So the shoreline management plan was developed following the CHAS adoption, and it looks at each of the different beach units along the coast and different activities that should be undertaken over a long period of time. So there were 42 actions identified in this particular document, and there is a implementation plan for it, and it sort of breaks down those different actions. Only about 4 of them might require additional budget that could be absorbed in our current planned maintenance or infrastructure replacement, and 5 would require additional budget or business cases to be developed. So that will be undertaken by the relevant business unit when that time frame arrives. So at this stage, we are tracking quite well with our shoreline management plan, and particularly because we've received the support from the Great Barrier Reef World Heritage Area and funding us to undertake some of the projects within our shoreline management plan.
Yeah, I actually didn't have a question for the chair. I was actually going to speak to the previous motion. But yeah, look, fantastic. I think you've done a lot of good work here, and it's always good to read through these things and just to see exactly what's been going on. Congratulations.
Through the chair, I have a question, just for those that may be watching. What type of actions are we looking at? I've read it, I know, but...
Yes, so a lot of the actions relate to on-ground work where we're addressing weed invasion or erosion and restoring or revegetating some of these zones. But there's also some other ones which involve partnership projects with other landowners and also looking at the tenure. One of the longer term actions is to look at the tenure of some of the different coastal reserves, making sure that they align with our long-term outcomes.
Lovely. Thank you.
Just a question, if I may, through the chair there, just to help me understand exactly so I know what I'm voting for. Is this outlining, for example, say the stretch in front of Todd Avenue there, in areas of the road reserve or esplanade? Is this specific to what has been determined or will become the blueprint for managing those areas?
It does not have a blueprint attached per se. I think each beach area requires additional work to come up with a plan of that detail, and particularly in consultation with those resident communities. It's vital that that kind of correspondence, communication, input from those residents is taken into account before we actually provide a set plan. What the shoreline management plan indicates is that we should be addressing things like degradation to the dunes that might be caused by inappropriate pedestrian access or vehicle access, weed invasion. Sometimes it's vegetation vandalism that's caused a bit of degradation in an area. So it does highlight these various issues, but it comes back to council to work with those communities to develop those beach blueprints, as you referred to.
So there'll be a level of, I guess, flexibility or customisation of potentially those esplanades and road reserves that are in front of those properties in between the property and the dual system.
That's right. Every beach is its own situation, whether it be from an environmental perspective and the types of vegetation that's there, whether it's from the types of assets that council has in there, types of access and beach uses that occur. So each beach area is really its own case and needs to be considered that way.
Okay, and how do we propose to start rolling out the plan? What will that actually look like in real terms?
Yeah, so we have this funding from the Commonwealth Government to support work in Bangalee and Todd Avenue areas in the coming 2 years. So that will commence with some community consultation. We really want to hear from those residents about what they like, what they don't like, what's going on in their foreshore areas. And we're looking at a co-design process. So really letting our community lead us in terms of what's working and not working in those beach zones, together with information that might come from community groups like Landcare, and some of the sort of scientific knowledge that we have about the condition of that beach and how healthy it is and how well it's responding to things like coastal erosion. So all those strands of information need to be brought together, and the whole idea of this project is consistently to work with that community to come up with a concept plan that can be agreed to by all the stakeholders.
Great, thank you very much.
I think you've just asked the questions I was going to ask as well, and obviously your answer was thorough because every beach is different and every beach needs to be on its own merit. So obviously community involvement and us as council and officers obviously take every beach on its own merit and their uniqueness in whatever it is. So no, I appreciate the this implementation. So as I'll move it. I'm happy to move that. Anyone second it? Councillor Mather, you're right to second that. Do you want to say anything for? Anyone against? No? Again, I just think that getting it out there in the community and talking about it is a great start, and making sure everyone's aware of what's best for the Livingstone Shire beaches. So the committee recommendations that the committee recommends to council that the update report on implementation of actions in the shoreline management plan be received and the contents noted. We've got a mover and a seconder. All in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Next one is 11.5, which is actions identified in the biodiversity strategy.
Thank you very much. So this document is a very great opportunity for us to both recognise Council's incredible nature, but also what we do as a council and as a community looking after it. There are 10 major themes in the biodiversity strategy, and towards the back there's an action plan which lists out all the actions related to those 10 themes. So there's in fact 100 different actions coming from this strategy. It does occur over a 6-year time frame, so we're only in the second year of its implementation at the moment. But we have been doing very well, and particularly being able to attract external funding to help fund many of these actions. And I have detailed quite a few examples throughout the report there, and I'm happy to dwell on any of them. I'm always really proud of my team and what they've been able to do. We're a very small team. There's only myself and 3 officers, and plus we've had the value of some externally funded positions. So the Ecotourism Project Officer has just completed her role with Council. So we have this opportunity to move ahead with strategy actions, both with council funding and with external funding. But yes, because there's quite a lot of detail there, I won't read through it all, but happy if anyone would like to ask a question about any of the initiatives that have been implemented.
Through the chair, on number 5 initiative, prevent and reduce the impacts of pest plants and animals. Could you let us know a little bit about how natural resource management will undertake this particular one, as we have our pest management officers, be it extremely small, 2 pest management officers and one vector control person for mosquitoes and a trainee, I believe. Is that correct? And do you use or do they work on your behalf, or how are you going to?
Yeah, so The strategy is one for the whole organisation to implement, so it's not only my team that will be undertaking the work. So the pest management team under public environments is definitely in the hot seat for this one.
Yes.
But we do work in partnership with the public environments pest management team. So in implementing our biosecurity plan, which is at the moment being reviewed and updated. So we're ready for the next 5-year plan. So by the end of the year, we'll be back talking about that next plan. But one of the sort of standout, I guess, projects where the NRM team works with pest management is our fox detection and control project. And that takes staff from both teams to implement, plus a range of community groups and other government organisations. So it is really a good example of how we partner. So many of these strategies require partnership, and that project is cross-funded by all of those that are involved. And so we each year before the turtle nesting season undertake the fox control along our foreshores with that particular project. But we're always looking for opportunities to partner with others, and I think that's the strength of how we can actually get things achieved.
Thank you. And if I may, just one more question through the chair. We have 8 threatened ecological communities. Where are these?
So it depends what type of community you're looking at. So for example, coastal rainforest or beach scrub is one of those communities only occurring in the coastal zone. We have things like the brigalow, with small amounts of brigalow, which is an endangered community, only in the sort of west of our shire, coming into the caves and Marlborough districts. So it all depends on which community and where it sits, but a lot of the threatened ones are due to human clearing. So they will be around areas of high urban concentration or where extensive agriculture has been developed.
Excellent. Through the chair, I love this biodiversity strategy. And whoever needs to read it is on Council's website. It's amazing. For those that do not know, would you please explain the wetlands of international significance, which is Ramsar?
Exactly. So we're very lucky in Livingstone to have a Ramsar wetland. So there's only a few of those in Queensland and in Australia. So they're called Ramsar, named after the city in that the original agreement was signed. So it's a treaty, an international treaty that identifies these important international wetlands. And so Corio Bay and up to Shoalwater Bay is our Ramsar wetland. So it's mostly within the military training area, but also within National Park and State Marine Park. So we're very proud of that particular wetland. It is one of the highest ranking wetlands in Australia in terms of its diversity of habitats and species. So it is really, really high quality.
And Lise, you'll remember that the significance of the Ramsar identification was instrumental in preventing sand mining in the Shoalwater Bay area through the Commission of Inquiry.
Precisely,
Yeah.
and it's a very high value wetland, and the management of the defence training area around those wetlands is also of a very high quality, and the sand dune systems that feed water into those wetlands are a massive filter. So they're really providing the most high quality pure water.
Probably
into
one of
those
its
wetland
kind in
areas.
Australia. Yeah.
Yeah. And we're lucky enough to be drinking that beautiful sand dune filtered water as well.
Self-filtering, self-cleansing, self-everything. You don't know that, do you?
Yeah, it's a special,
I think they need an
very special
education.
area.
I think they need an education on that, seriously, sometime, maybe in a later report, just to show them just how it's done, so that the people who are tuning in will actually fully appreciate the need to preserve it, not just use it willy-nilly.
Yeah, it certainly, it also has the protection of the federal environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. So any development or impacts to those areas are caught by the Commonwealth Government's
And it
requirements.
keeps the mining wolf at the door.
Move, Mr Chair.
Thank you. We've got mover Councillor Friend and second Councillor Eastwood. Anyone want to speak for?
Just,
anyone? Yep.
I'll speak
Yep.
for just in the sense that in the last tenure of council, I was privileged to watch this biodiversity strategy from the get-go, thanks to Lise Charles and her team. And it really is an outstanding document, but that's because we live in an outstanding environment. And for our legacy for Livingstone Shire, as we've previously noted, with the koalas and the turtles, you know, we need to leave the environment in possibly better condition for the future than what it is now. And this biodiversity strategy with those 10 actions will certainly do that. So I'm very, very proud to be a part of that with this council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone you want to speak?
Yeah, I felt like a child going through the document because I really liked the pictures. Fantastic.
They're good, aren't they?
They are good.
Was
They're
that all
great.
you wanted to say?
That's it.
Okay. Okay, we've got a move and we've got a second. All in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one we're going to, I think that's, hold on, let me get this. Oh yes, it's going to be a closed session. People listening, we're going to be going into a closed session as confidential. Do I read out the recommendation before we? So the recommendation is that the meeting be closed to the public to discuss the following items, which are considered confidential in accordance to section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012 for the reason indicated. Limestone Creek Appeal Update D/514/2022. This report is considered confidential in accordance with the section 254J 3E of the Local Government Regulation 2012, as it contains information relating to legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may take by or against the local government. Alright, thank you. We'll move that by Mayor Bello, and I'll second that. I'm happy to. And yeah, we'll in favour? Yep, thank you. Unanimous. We'll go.